Hello guys and welcome back to Spoken Essays. I am Harshal Vora and you are watching the JavaScript algorithms and data structures tutorial. In the last time we were stuck with the problem and we are still stuck with that problem, so without wasting more time, let us continue and dive into solving that problem. Okay, so you guys can see nothing. Allow me to. Now you can see something and back to seeing nothing, but now you can see the mouse. Hello, very good. Yeah, I'm back. Good. So what do we do now? We now open my account. Okay. Okay. Command Shift T. Nice. You can close these tabs, this window itself. Command Shift W closes that window. We were stuck with this problem. Yeah, two-dimensional array. Write a function that splits an array first argument into groups and the length of size and returns them as a two-dimensional array. We can see ABCD should return as AB and CD. So we split them from the middle. Split it from the middle. Pretty cool. Okay. Then we have 0, 1, 2 and 3, 4, 5. That's how it worked. So if we write 3 here, basically it would split the values, wouldn't it? Yeah. 0, 1, 2 and 3, 4, 5. That's how it should have been, but now in here it doesn't show us the third value. Let's see why. So we have an array called A, then we have a variable called array which stores an array which is this array dot 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 array. We're using that operator. Then we have a for loop. For loop says let I equal 0, I less than array length, so the length of this array, and we say I plus plus. So yeah, it will iterate it how many times? 6 number of times. Each time it will push a value in this array 6 number of times. You can see it's empty right now. Okay, let us also understand why. We have a for loop. Just said that. Inside this, what does it do? So a dot push. So we're going to push something into a. What? Array dot splice I size. So array dot splice I and size. I is of course 0 for the first iteration. So 0, and I think size. So I must be the index. So first it would take 0, I, and then size. So based on the size, it would tell us it would take the first 3 values. So I and size, good. Then in the second iteration, now it should go to the third value, move to the third value, right? So then I's value should be what should I's value be if we spliced a value? But splices or slice copies it. What does a splice do? But anyway, even if it takes this much, if it splices that away from this, then the array only has 3 values. So when I equals 1, it will not take 3, it will start with 4 and 5. I see. And then we can't use splice, can we? Then we have to use unshift and push. Unshift the first two values and then push them in there. What? Excuse me. Unshift 0 and 1. That cannot be it. We'll have to get some help for this lesson, I think. Yeah, I mean, I don't think something can occur to me. What can we do before I get get some help? What can we do? Array.splice. When we use slice, it copies that, but slice needs a beginning and an end. You can see how this thing works. It would first take 0, 1, 2, but it's only copying the values. So next time when the value of I becomes 1, it would take 1 and 2 only. I have no clue why it wouldn't take the third value. Yeah, because the end changes with each iteration. So it would think I, yes, because the value of I is constant. We can't use slice for it because it's stuck with the size. It cannot increment with each value, can it? I see the problem. It's I and the size. Slice can't take the number of arguments. Yeah. Can it though? Let's find out. Slice in JavaScript. Excuse me. Return selected elements as an array as a new array. Method selects from a given start up to not an inclusive end. Does not change the original array. But splice does. Let's check whether splice does. Overrides the original array. Yeah. That's why we couldn't see C because it overwrote it. It takes start and end, unfortunately. Can't use splice thing. Slice or splice. Excuse me, I just had an extremely satisfactory nap. That's why I'm yawning left, right and center. I can see why size doesn't keep changing. What can we do about it? And what do we do about it? If I put a for loop inside this, it won't work. Would it work? I want it to become size plus size. Size equals size plus size. So size, yeah, plus equals size. Kya yaar? Always in a dilemma, aren't we? Yeah, I'm going to look at hints. Let's see what hints it gives us. So problem explanation. Okay, so push and slice. I'm literally using push and slice. So maybe the way I'm using it should not be. The links above suggest to use array push. So let's start by first creating an array to store the smaller arrays will soon have like this. Very guide. Very nice. Will need a for loop to loop through array. Yeah. Finally, we need a method to do the actual splitting, and we can use array.slice to do that. The key to this algorithm is understanding how a for loop size, array.slice, and array.push all work together. I think it will involve some tweaking, but we will be done. Okay. So I think I was right all along, except I don't know how to work on for and size. I mean, not for loop, the size. How do we change the size variable? I have no clue again, I keep going blank. Let's find out. So let temp and result. Okay. यहीं पे मार खा गए. Okay. For let a equals 0, array dot length whatever. Yeah. If that's a function is not equivalent to size minus 1, then if not, then you push array.a. Otherwise do this temp dot push array a. Okay, and temp equals this. If temp dot length, then result push temp. Whoa. Okay, let's read the explanation. Firstly, we create two empty arrays called temp and result, which we will eventually return. Okay, our for loop loops until a is equal to or more than the length of the array in our test. What? Let's read that again. Our for loop, this is the for loop, loops until a is equal to or more than the length of the array. Until a is equal to or more than the length of the array. It's not equal to or more than the length. Okay, in our test. Okay, fine, let's play along. Inside our loop we push to temp. It is so loud. Okay, so inside our loop we push to temp using temp dot push array a. So the 0th value will be pushed to temp, then result dot push temp, and then temp is reset again. Okay, and then if temp dot length, okay, is not equal to 0, result dot push temp. What? And then return result. Basically, yeah, result, but this is temp. I get it. If temp isn't an empty array, we push it to result. Oh my god. Just a second, guys. What? Okay. Oh my god. I came up with this. I'm going to use you. What does this say? Constant new array. We have a new array. Then we have a for loop. I equals 0. I is less than array length. We don't have this though. So I can remove view itself. Okay, A is an empty array. I simply change this, all of this. Yeah, okay. And we change u to what? Yeah, plus equals size. That's clever. I plus size. Why does this work? That's it. I could literally have written this. What does this do? I is 0 and plus size. So every time this changes, it will also change. Pretty cool, pretty nice, pretty done. 100% basic algorithm scripting. We are going to save this code. So in the future, if we come across this again, we can figure this out. But I could simply have done that. Yeah, headaches. Just a second, I'll be back, guys. We are done with this. Very nice, good progress actually. Hello guys, welcome back, and we are done with basic algorithm scripting. Now I must say I referred to a lot of answers and hints to get through this. Yeah, I couldn't figure it out on my own, but yeah, actually yeah, we referred a lot to this and we finally finished it. I hope I can come back to this with a fresh mind, and maybe after a week or so I wouldn't remember how I did it. So maybe I could, try to figure this out again without referring to the hints. But yeah, having said that, we have finished basic algorithm scripting. So far we finished basic JavaScript ES6, regular expressions and debugging and basic data structures and algorithm scripting. Now we go through object-oriented programming. I've come across this concept before, as in term before, not a concept. I've come across this term before, object-oriented programming. I think in the beginning of this course itself is one of the major approaches to the software development process. In object-oriented programming, objects in classes organize code to describe things and what they can do. So we'll play with objects in classes, I believe. In this course, we'll learn the basic principles of object-oriented programming in JavaScript, including the this keyword, prototype chains, constructors, and inheritance. We can see this has 26 lessons, but looking at this, I think object-oriented programming is a heavy subject, or maybe it's the easiest subject, depends on how you look at it, probably. So let's see. Maybe this keyword, then we have instantiation and this and that. We'll learn how and what classes are. Let's begin. So we have object-oriented program. Create a basic JavaScript object. So we have an object called dog. It says think about things people see every day, like cars, shops, and birds. These are all objects, tangible things people can observe and interact with. What are some qualities of these objects? A car has wheels, shops sell items, and birds have wings. Yeah. These qualities or properties define what make up an object. Okay. Note that similar objects share the same properties but may have different values for those properties. For example, all cars have wheels, but not all cars have the same number of wheels. Yes. Objects in JavaScript are used to model real-world objects, giving them properties and behavior just like their real-world counterparts. Here's an example using these concepts to create a duck object. So real-world counterparts. So we have a duck. Duck has a property called the name, and the name's value is, we can call it a property or we can call it a key. So it has a key, name, and the value aflac. Because why not? And it has number of legs 2. This duck object has two properties / value pairs, a name of Affleck and Ben Affleck. Number of legs of 2. Okay. Create a dog object with name and number legs properties and set them to a string and a number respectively. Gladly. So we write name. We'll give it an appropriate name, of course. Name is, we like champ it is, and it is comma separated. Each property is comma separated, so we write num legs colon, and in here space 4. I could write 3, but yeah, we have to set it to a number, not a string. So that's it, we are done. We don't put any colon, semicolon, no commas if it ends there. 4% done. Yeah, wow. I think we went to the next step. Did we? I think we did, yeah. Use dot notation. So we went to the next thing now. Use dot notation to access the properties of an object. The last challenge, create an object with various properties. Now you'll see how to access the values of those properties. So with dot notation, we'll learn how to access properties. So yeah, we have practiced this before with basic JavaScript, but this is actually good. We are revising what we learned last week. Very good. Okay. So what does this say? Console.log duck.name. This way we can access the name. The last challenge, created an object with various properties. Now you'll see how to access the values of those properties. Here's an example. This is an example. Dot notation is used on the object name duck followed by the name of the property name to access the value of Affleck. Very good. Print both properties of the dog object to your console. So console dot log, you guys want to be able to see it, right? Yeah, console dot log, and inside this we write dog dot name comma space dog dot num links. Cool. So we have spot and we have 4, and I could also separate this with commas. I can put a space or colon, so it would now have, yeah, interesting. So commas themselves add a space. Wow, very cool. But plus doesn't. Interesting. Okay. Okay, now what next? Create a method on an object. Okay, methods are properties, so we are also learning what a method is. Methods are properties that are functions. This adds different behavior to an object. Here is the duck example with a method. So along with properties we can also store a function. This is an anonymous function. Anonymous function doesn't take any arguments. This anonymous function doesn't take any arguments. Simply whenever called it will return the name of this duck is duck.name. I see. So if we write duck dot this property, it would simply call this function and return the name of this duck is this, whatever, because it doesn't take an argument. So this is going to get complicated now. I understand. Okay. The example adds the sayName method, which is a function that returns a sentence giving the name of the duck. Notice that the method accesses the name property in the return statement using duck.name. You can see that here. It accessed the name property in the return statement using duck.name. The next challenge will cover another way to do this. Next challenge. Not this one. Using the dog object, give it a method called sayLess. The method should return the sentence this dog has 4 legs. I see. We already have a function called sayLess. We are supposed to create a method. Okay. So we write sayLess. Inside this we call an anonymous function. With this anonymous function, in the curly brackets we write, I'll use backticks for our use. So we write the name, not the name, this dog, right? So this, what do we use for variables in backticks? How to write variables in backticks? We can easily use variable name string alpha, beta, or we can use a dollar expression to notation for that. Okay, so we use dollar curly bracket open and close. I can put the name dog dot this dog. So it's only dog. Yeah, fine. Okay, we'll only write num legs. This num legs. Yay, it has errors. Okay, fine. I'll simply write dog dot num legs. Cool. Okay. Unfortunately, I forgot to wrap this inside a console, and that's why we can't see anything as output. Very good. So that's happening. They're using concatenate. I didn't use concatenate. Okay. What does this say? So this dog has, then this return a number and legs dot done. Legs, say legs function, and yeah, we ask it to return. Cool, done. This dog has 4 legs. If this were to change to 5, it would say 5 legs. Nifty. Command Z, command Z, command Z. Good. Very nice, very cool, very nice, very cool indeed. Should be a function, should return the given string, note that the punctuation and spacing matter. Yes. Done, they do, and it works. Okay. The last challenge introduced a method to the duck object. It used duck.name.notation to access the value of the dot name of the name property. I think we are going to learn this now. Okay, this. Make code more reusable with the this keyword. Yay, we're going to learn this now. Okay. While this is a valid way to access the object's property, there is a pitfall here. If the variable name changes, any code referencing the original name would need to be updated as well. In a short object definition, it isn't a problem, but if an object has many references to its properties, there is a greater chance for error. A way to avoid these issues is with the this keyword. So what does this mean? Let's check. So we have an object called duck, aflac, and 2 legs, and cname is a method which calls a function and returns this dot name. So basically this and dot name, and it would return aflac. Okay, interesting. Fine. This is a deep topic, and the above example is only one way to use it. There are several ways of using this. In the current context, this refers to the object that the method is associated with, duck. If the object's name is changed to mallard, it is not necessary to find all the references to duck in the code. It makes the code reusable and easier to read. Modify the dog.sayLegs method to remove any references to dog. Use the duck example for guidance. So instead of dog, we simply write this. Done. हो गया काम. Modify the dog. Yeah. Use the duck example for guidance. This example for guidance. You can see कहीं पे भी object का नाम नहीं लिखेंगे. Instead we write this. So because we are trapped inside this object anyway, we can write this. So it will only return the local. Yeah, this becomes local instead of global. It won't look for another dog property anywhere. It won't look for another dog object anywhere if there were one. Very cool actually. When we say dog.sayLegs, we can write this .sayLegs. No, only for the variable. Yeah, okay. Done. Only for the method for now. Oh yeah. Cool. Define a constructor function. Now we came across constructors before, only for a brief lesson or two. So I'm not sure what we did there in that lesson, but yeah, constructors are functions that create new objects. Okay, so we use a constructor when we are creating a new object. Okay, they define properties and behaviors that will belong to the new object. Think of them as a blueprint for the creation of new objects. Okay, here is an example of a constructor function called bird. So we have a function called bird. It has properties this dot name, this dot color, this dot numLegs. So a bird has properties name, color, and legs. Albert blue 0. Okay, this is an example of a constructor. Okay, this constructor defines a bird object with properties name, color, and numLegs set to Albert, blue, and 2 respectively. So apparently a function can also be an object. New information, guys. Constructors follow a few conventions. Constructors are defined with a capitalized name to distinguish them from other functions. You can see this is capital B. Rest function, any other function would have been written in camel case, but this is capital B, so this has been constructed, I can say. So, or yeah, bird is a constructor. Capitalize the name to distinguish them from other functions that are not constructors. Constructors use the keyword this to set properties of the object they will create inside the constructor. This refers to the new object it will create. But it has in fact indeed created an object. Is the constructor called bird here? No, constructor defines a bird object. Okay. Yeah, this is not clear yet. Maybe if we write this a few number of times, it will help. Constructors define properties and behaviors instead of returning a value as other functions might. Okay, so that's better. They define properties and behaviors and wouldn't return. So if I call bird here, I don't think it would return these values because first of all it's only defining them. Create a constructor dog with properties name, color and number legs that are set to a string and a number respectively. Fine. Okay, so we have a function that is a dog, doesn't take any arguments, but we write this dot name equals, that's a string dog, much wow. Then we go, I didn't check the syntax, did I semicolon? Then we write this dot color equals brown, and this dot number of legs 4. And have you seen an injured dog? Yeah. Okay, so far so good. Semicolons everywhere. Done. Should have a name property set to a string. Let me turn on the lights. This thing is a little bit uneasy on the eyes. Very good, very nice, very cool, very clear. Okay, done. 19% complete. Keep on thinking, coding. Keep calm and code. Okay. Here's the bird constructor from the previous challenge. Hello bird, hello, how are you? So note this inside the constructor always refers to the object being created. This always refers to whatever the name of the object is being created. Notice that the new operator, this operator, so new is called an operator. Notice that the new operator is used when calling a constructor. This tells JavaScript to create a new instance of bird called bluebird. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Without the new operator, this inside the constructor would not point to the newly created object, giving unexpected results. Now bluebird has all the properties defined inside the bird constructor. I see. I mean, I get it, but at the same time I don't get it. I mean, I understand what I don't understand as well. Yeah. So bluebird will have all the properties, name, color, number, legs. Cool. Okay. Notice that the new operator is this new instance of a bird. So this is a blueprint. A constructor is a blueprint for any object that we create from this. Right? This as in not this, but this thing that I selected. And when we call new bird, bluebird will have all these properties. So if we ask it to print bluebird, what will it look like? Let's see. I do want to know. So we write, यहाँ पहले पढ़ लेते क्या क्या और क्या पढ़ना है, पढ़ लेते हैं. Now bluebird has all the properties defined inside the bird constructor, as in this. Just like any other object, its properties can be accessed and modified. Bluebird.name. If we assign the value this, then it will become Elvira instead of Albert. But this blueprint itself won't be affected. Yeah. Use the dog constructor from the last lesson to create a new instance of dog, assigning it to a variable hound. A new instance of dog apparently. Doggy dog. Okay. We write doggy dog. You can see acha bluebird. So this has to be camel case apparently. Why do you not say that? Where we write new instance of dog this. So it's calling a new instance now. Okay. I do want to see console.log. What does doggy dog look like now? It looks like this. It's an object. Okay. It has literally become an object. Okay, very good. I can reuse this. क्या चाहिए भाई तुम्हें? Assigning it to a variable hound. अच्छा, बस इतना ही करना है अभी के लिए. Okay. Done. 23% complete, guys. New dog, hound. Pretty cool, pretty clear, pretty nice actually. Okay. Nice. Now we go to this. Nice and okay, yeah. Extend constructors to receive arguments. This is an argument. Sorry, this is a constructor. You can see that's in capital. Okay. The bird and dog constructors from the last challenge worked well. Thank you. However, notice that all birds that are created with the bird constructors are automatically named Albert, are blue in color and have 2 legs. Yeah, what about it? What if you want birds with different values for name and color? It's possible to change the properties of each bird manually, but that would be a lot of work. Yeah. Oh, we have one viewer. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your support. And we can see we have 2 likes. Thank you for your love, guys. Appreciate it. Can you guys see the mouse? Apparently not. Okay, we're back to this. Okay, so what does this say? Yeah. So we have now, so this is what we call a new instance of a bird. This is not a constructor, this is a new instance where we do this. So yeah, this is basically a lot of work according to them. Suppose you are writing a program to keep track of hundreds or even thousands of different birds in an aviary. Aviary, for those who don't know, let me show you a picture of what an aviary looks like. Basically that's an aviary. It is different, yeah, it's different, but basically this is what an aviary looks like, where you can see a lot of birds, and these birds have some freedom kind of, but they are locked in a cage nonetheless, and you guys can go and visit it. Okay, I'm sure the dictionary definition will say otherwise. It won't work with the freedom. Okay, but yeah, suppose you are writing a program to keep track of hundreds or even thousands of different birds in an aviary. It would take a lot of time to create all the birds, then change the properties to different values for everyone. Yes. To more easily create different bird objects, you can design your bird constructor to accept parameters. Basically, someone can, it will ask you, भाई ये जो नया बर्ड बना रहे, ये नया बर्ड का नाम क्या होगा और उसकी वैल्यू क्या होगी, उसका कलर क्या होगा. Then we can have multiple parameters then, right? Yeah, right. Then pass in the values as arguments to define each unique bird into the bird constructor. Let's say let cardinal new bird Bruce and red. This gives a new instance of bird with name and color properties set to Bruce and red. I see. Also, anyone can call this function, and when they call that function, a new instance will be created. I see. Okay, very good, very nice, actually very nice. Okay, and the more arguments we put, those arguments will be added. I see. Okay, then interesting. Okay, the number length property is still set to 2. The cardinal has these properties. So cardinal dot name, cardinal dot color, cardinal dot numLength. Yeah, but the property is still set to 2. Yeah, the constructor is more flexible. It's now possible to define the properties for each bird at the time it is created, which is one way that JavaScript constructors are so useful. They group objects together based on shared characteristics and behavior and define a blueprint that automates their creation. I have no clue what this means. Let's read this again. The constructor is more flexible. It is now possible to define the properties for each bird instance at the time it is created, okay, which is one way that JavaScript constructors are so useful. So apparently that's not possible for different languages. Apparently they group objects together based on shared characteristics. So they group objects together, okay, based on shared characteristics and behavior and define a blueprint that automates their creation. Okay, create another dog constructor. This time set it up to take parameters name and color and have the property numLength fixed at 4. Basically the numbers will stay 4 for each instance, but the name and color may change for each instance. Then create a new dog saved in a variable terrier. So let new dog, okay, yeah, let dog equals new and let terrier equals new dog instance. Pass it 2 strings as arguments for the name and color properties. I understand what this is saying and I can write it. So we write for this function we write name equals this. So we write name here और क्या चाहिए, color चाहिए, बस, that's it, semicolon. I can leave this empty so the blueprint won't take any name for this as a default, and this empty as well, but I'll give the legs a fixed number 4. So this dot numLegs, so this dog constructor numLegs and 4 semicolon, done. Now we write let what, terrier, TERRER TERRIER, very good. Let terrier equals new instance of dog, where we write the name of the dog. What do we write? We give a terrier. What are terrier? What does a terrier look like? Okay, so that's what a terrier looks like. Terrier is a type of dog bred to hunt vermin. Now what is vermin? Wild animals are believed to be harmful crops. Okay, so rodents, something like that. Okay, images. Okay, so that's what a terrier looks like. There's a cute ones, but they also hunt rodents. Okay, that's a good one. Wow, that is amazing. Okay, so we can simply write Terry Crews, Terry, and it has a color brown because why not? Okay, done. Terry and brown, name and color. Right? Are we missing something? Are we not missing something? I don't know. Let's see. this dot name, this dot color, it has been instantiated, right? इसको वापस करते हैं. This dot name equals, oh yeah, I get it. Now it would work, of course. Yeah, that's why this thing's color was different. So जो भी डालेंगे वो, yeah, it will take that as the name. So Terry, it will become Terry, lowercase Terry indeed. Okay. Cranked it up to 11. What is that from? Where is that from? Up to 11. What does crank it up to 11? The meaning of the reference is that it's not only cranked up to 10 but all the way to 11. It's everything you would expect from something that was in my. Okay. So crank up to 11. Where is it from? These go to 11. Spinal Tap. There is a movie called Spinal Tap. This is Spinal Tap. Oh yeah. And freeCodeCamp itself has explained it to us. Okay, that's an ad. That's a good question. There are a lot of flashy sentences in the modal that appear after you pass the test. It's to insert some gaming aspect in pop references. It's the big check mark that says you passed it. I see. Up to 11, also phrased as these go to 11, is an idiom from popular culture coined in the 1984 movie This is Spinal Tap, where guitarist Nigel Tufnell proudly demonstrates an amplifier whose volume knobs are marked from 0 to 11 instead of the usual 0 to 10. Okay. The primary implication of the reference is one in which things are essentially the same as are seen as different. Essentially the same as seen are different due to mislabeling of the user's misunderstanding of the underlying operating principles. Where can I read more? Can we expand you? Oh, it's a Wikipedia article. Or did Wikipedia change itself or what? Interesting. Wikipedia, I think wikipedia.com must have changed its design. If we go to a random article, the US Open, yeah, oh yeah, that's what it should look like. Okay, this Wikipedia and this Wikipedia, oh, that's because it's mobile Wikipedia. Okay, anyway, back to this. Yeah, so so no knobs can reach 10, but in this movie it reaches 11. That is funny. Crank it up to 11. Very nice. Okay, 27% complete. Woo. Now verify an object's constructor with instance of. This is probably checks whether this is an instance or instance of. Okay. So what does this function do? We have a constructor called house. House takes in the argument number of bedrooms, and we have a property called this number of bedrooms which takes this argument. So which would set this property with a value. Okay. Anytime a constructor function creates a new object, that object is said to be an instance of its constructor. Yes. JavaScript gives a convenient way to verify this with the instance of operator. Instance of allows you to compare an object to a constructor, returning true or false based on whether or not that object was created with the constructor. Here's an example. Let bird equals function name and color. Yeah, we saw bird. I wrote something like this, so I understand what this does, what this is. Now it says let crow, so it creates a new instance of bird with the name crow. So yeah, an object named crow which has these values Alexis and black, where the name would be Alexis and color would be black. Now if we write crow instance of bird, what would it do? So instance of allows you to compare an object to a constructor, returning true or false based on whether or not that object was created with the constructor. अच्छा, basically हाँ, मैं पता ना हो, let's say someone else wrote this code. I'm thinking out loud. If someone else wrote this code and we don't know whether crow is an instance of bird or instance of some other class, or constructor. So we find out this way. We write this and we find out if it returns true, then we can do further testing. Probably if it returns false, then we don't do further testing, or we do further testing anyway. Let's see. Okay, so instance of then okay, yeah, here's an example. This is an example. Basically, yeah, this will return true because crow was made using these properties. Cool. If an object is created without using a constructor instance of, will verify that this is not an instance of that constructor. Basically, this is a canary. Let equals canary. You can see we don't have a function keyword. I mean, it doesn't matter if function isn't here, but this is not a constructor. How? Because of the case we know. This is simply an object, and it has a name, color, numlex value. The instance of method would return false. Create a new instance of the house constructor. House constructor. This is a constructor called house. You can see function and H is capital. It takes in an argument. Yeah. So now we can call it. So apparently, okay. Create a new instance of the house constructor, calling it my house and passing it a number of bedrooms. New instance. So we write let क्या लिखेंगे my house. So you can see when we are creating new instances, we use camel case, but for constructors we only use title case. I believe. Okay. So my house. What does my house say? My house should have new. And we write house. And in the brackets we write the number of bedrooms. What is the number of bedrooms? So whatever you want. Okay, fine. I'll say 5 bedrooms. Cool. Semicolon. Then use instance of to verify that it is an instance of house. Okay. So we write for that. Let me check. Okay. My house instance of is. It's supposed to be nope. It is correct. Of house. That's it. Semicolon. Done. I can't see anything. Yeah. Thanks to not writing console.log. Now it will return true. Cool. Done. 31% complete. Let me save this code. We can read this later. Excuse me. In the following example, the bird constructor defines 2 properties, name and numlex. Name and numlex. Name and numlex are called own properties because they are defined directly on the instance object. Yeah. This means that duck and canary each has its own separate copy of these properties. In fact, every instance of bird will have its own copy of these properties. Yeah. The following code adds all of the own properties of duck to the array own props. So this is what it looks like here. You guys must have noticed that I remove the earphones whenever I yawn or sneeze, because this thing hurts when it's in my ear when I sneeze. Yeah, something's of a jerk reaction or whatever, but it hurts my jaw very much. Yeah, very much. Intense pain. Okay, so this is what it looks like if we want to create our own properties with each instance. So we write let own props equals an empty array. Then we run a for loop where we say let property in duck. Okay, if duck has own property, then you do this. Then you push a property. Oh my god. So let property in duck, but where? What? Where is duck? Did you mean this? Did that say bird? Oh, for each property. Okay, I have to understand this again. Name and num legs are called own properties because they are defined directly on the instance object. Yeah, वो constructor से आएंगे. It inherits those properties from the constructor itself. That means that duck and canary each has its own separate copy of these properties. Yes, duck and canary. Yeah, so if we were to call a duck and a canary, yeah, it would have both num and num legs property, right? I'll get some coffee in a while, in some time. Just a second, guys. Wait a few seconds. That means the duck and canary each has its own separate copy of these properties. Yep, they do. In fact, every instance of bird will have its own copy of these properties. Yep, they will. The following codes adds all of the own properties of duck to the array own props. क्यों करना है ये तो समझ नहीं आया. But okay. The following code adds all of the own properties of duck to the array own props. हम लोग उसके अंदर जो भी properties instantiate की है वो सब. Okay, let's see. So we have own props as an empty array for let property in duck. So each and every property has now become a variable called property for let every property in duck, as in this duck object duck. If duck dot has own property, so it will check for the first property. Let's say it has name. Does duck have its own property called property duck? Yes, it does. So then what will it do? It will push that property to this. Now I don't understand whether it will push the name of that property or the values of that property. For that we have to see. It says name and num legs, so it will only push the name of the property and not the value of the property. Okay. Excuse me guys, let me go and get myself a cup of coffee. I'll be back. Until then, you guys, why don't you guys listen to some music? And I'm back. Okay. So we were going through this. Let own props. This. Yeah. Okay. The console will display the name numlex. Yeah. Add the properties of canary to the array own props. So instead of pushing it to an array, we push it to own props. Oh, they've already given us own props. Okay. Yes. So we write for. Is it let? Yeah. Property. In what? In canary. For let property in canary. So each property in canary. Now in this we write if statement. Right. Canary dot has own property. Then what do? Let's write that it does. What it does is we write own props dot push what property, as long as it's true. So basically, I mean, yeah, basically सारी properties को उठा के रख देगा. So name and numlex will be printed to own props. Yeah, semicolon here, nowhere else. Good. Okay. What else क्या चाहिए? Add down properties. Yeah, I think we are done. We had to simply write this. So now I understand more about what for and in does. So for and in loops. Okay. To the nines. Let's find out. To the nines. Okay. To nines is an idiom meaning to perfection to the highest degree. To the nines. Why? Cloud nine? In modern English, the phrase commonly appears as dressed to the nines or dressed up to the nines. Let's find out. To the nines. Okay, but origin, what's the origin? It is from this guy called William Hamilton. How to the nines they did content me. The bonny lines therein thou sent me. How to the nines they did content me. The earliest written example of the phrase is from 1719 Epistle to Ramsay by Scottish poet William Hamilton. Very good. Okay. Poem. Nice. We're going to do something now. We'll do a lot of things now. So since numlex will probably have the same value for all instances of bird, we essentially have duplicated variable numlex inside each bird instance. Yes. Yeah. This may not be an issue when there are only 2 instances, but imagine if there are millions of instances, that would be a lot of duplicated variables. But isn't that necessary? Why do you think it shouldn't be duplicated? Okay, this may not be an issue when there are only 2 instances. Okay. Look, obviously they would be duplicated. Why is that a problem? A better way is to use the prototype of bird. Properties in the prototype are shared among all instances of bird. Here's how to add numlex to the bird prototype. So now we are going to use something called prototype. Are shared among all instances of bird in system. Okay, let's read this example. Here's how to add numlex to the bird prototype. As in this. Okay, let's read this. Maybe it will clear the air a little. So bird.prototype.numlex equals 2. Okay. Now all instances of bird have the numlex property. But what's different about this? Okay, if we write console.numlex, it would be there. Canary.numlex, it would be there. I get it. But how is this better? Or let's not even talk about better. Why does this exist? What is prototype in JavaScript? All JavaScript objects inherit properties and methods from a prototype. Okay, we have this function person, first, last, age, eye color, which would take these 4 values. Okay, yeah, and we say this. Okay, where is prototype in this? I have no clue. We also learned that you cannot add any property to an existing object constructor. Yeah, this is an object constructor, but we can. Person.nationality English. To add any property, you must add to the constructor function. Yeah. Okay. What do you mean? हाँ कर दिया हो गया. So all JavaScript objects inherit properties and methods from a prototype. So date in object inherits from date.prototype. Okay. Object.prototype is on the top of the prototype inheritance chain using the prototype property. So person.prototype nationality. Yeah, so why is that different? Sometimes you want to add new properties or methods to all existing objects. Okay. Yeah, who am I to? Okay. Yeah, but yeah, it's probably like concatenate. You're adding this property, but when we add it to this constructor, it would automatically give it to all the instances too, I believe. But that's what it said in this too. Then what do I not understand about this? What am I not clear of? Never modify the prototypes to standard JavaScript objects. This JavaScript prototype property also allows you to add new methods. So we can also add methods to object constructors. So constructor में दे दिया तो हर एक में वो reflect कर ही देगा, right? But then can't I just open, the, let's say whatever file this thing is stored in, और यहाँ पे मैं जाके लिख दूँगा तो वो हर एक पे वो नहीं कर देगा? क्यों नहीं करेगा? Won't it apply that to every property now? Maybe you wanted to know that we've added a property using this. I don't know why or where we can use this, but I understand what to do. I understand what we should do, what we must do, how we should do it, how we should write it. Since all instances automatically have the properties on the prototype, think of a prototype as a recipe for creating objects. Note that the prototype for duck and canary is part of the bird constructor as bird.prototype. Yeah. Add a numlex property to the prototype of dog. Pretty clear actually. Dog.prototype. Prototype. I have no clue why still, but yeah, I understand what to do. So we write num legs equals क्या चाहिए भाई? Dog है ना 4 legs. Done. That's it. 38% complete. If anyone's watching in the comments, please let me know why we use prototypes. I mean, why can't we, just edit the file itself? Maybe let's say I don't want to look at the file and find where the class is or the function is or the constructor is. I just simply know that there is a constructor called dog and I want to give it a property. Then yes, otherwise no. You have now seen two kinds of properties, own properties and prototype properties. Own properties are defined directly to the object instance itself. Yeah. And prototype properties are defined it on the prototype. Yeah. Okay. And reason is this, meaning is this: own properties here, prototype properties here. the prototype. What is a prototype? Let's maybe looking up the meaning of prototype will help us. The first or preliminary version of a device or vehicle from which other forms are developed. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Preliminary version from something can be built. So this is a prototype of yeah. Okay, here's how you add duck's own properties to the array own props. Not here, here, down. I just had coffee. How am I yawning? I think I'll have to get more coffee then. Maybe after an hour. Okay. Here's how you add duck's own properties to the array own props. To the array own props with duck's key property. Let property in duck. I think we've defined a duck before. Yeah, this is duck. I mean, this is the constructor class, but duck, bird, Donald. So duck has two properties, name and legs. So when we print this, it will print its name and legs. क्या बोल रहा है ये पढ़ते हैं. Duck's own properties to the array and prototype properties to the array prototype props. So all the properties and prototype properties, they are two different things now. This will only include name, this will only include that property called num legs. I see. So let a property in duck. If duck has own property, then you push the property. If it does not have any properties, then you push all the pseudo properties, I would say. What is the difference here? What? For let property in duck. Okay. Yeah. So each property has now become property. If duck has own property, so then you push that property to own props. Okay. ठीक है. You do this if it's true. If it is false, if duck does not have its own property, then you push prototype props. Push whatever the prototype property is to this. How will it know which one is a prototype property and which one is not? It just knows. We're going to go that way. Console.log on, yeah, okay. And now add all of the own properties of Beagle to the array own props, add all of the prototype properties of dog to the array prototype props. How does it distinguish? Where is the distinction? Okay. I don't know. It's not written anywhere. For let a in bayar, all caps. Sorry about that, guys. For let a in what? This what? Own props. No, not own props. Beagle, right? Yeah, Beagle. If it turns out to be true, yeah, in this now we write if statement. If statement turns out to be true, you do this, else you do this. Cool. Okay. Now if statement में क्या लिखेंगे? Has own property, right? So Beagle dot has own property. अरे बाप रे. Beagle has own property. What? A. If it does, then you push something. What do you push? We push own props dot push what? You push the property itself, as. Pretty cool, pretty clear, actually. Clean and clear. Okay. थोड़ा scroll करते हैं. Nice. Better. Okay, now we have else. What is this? What will we write in this? Pretty cool, actually. Not own props, actually. Prototype props. It is amazing how it knows which ones are prototype props and which ones are not. So let A in Beagle. So apparently all properties are A, but when we write this, these are not own properties. Somehow it knows. So when you write has own property, it's not the own property. Very interesting. But yeah, push as A done. A done. 42% complete. Oh, we have Gagandeep saying hello. Thank you for watching. Now we are on the constructor property. There is a special constructor property located on the object instances duck and beagle. Okay, special constructor property that were created in the previous challenges. What do you mean special? These guys what are you saying? What do you mean special? Okay, duck and beagle that were created in the so duck dot constructor equals bird. Basically this is literally instance of them. Strictly, yeah, this is a strict equality operator that says bird. For duck, and beagle it says dog. Located on the object instances. Is that what you mean, special constructor property? Are they being cryptic, or am I not able to understand this? Probably I am not able to understand this. Most probably. Both of these console log calls would display true in the console. I understand what this would do. It says duck dot constructor. So duck का जो भी constructor property है, which is actually bird, it's checking whether it is bird, and it is in fact bird. Yes. What are you trying to achieve with this? Note that the constructor property is a reference to the constructor function that created the instance. Note that the constructor property. What property? Let me think. Maybe the words. So when it calls a constructor with dot notation, it's calling the name of the blueprint, is it? So when we write duck dot constructor only, it should return bird. So it's telling us the name of the blueprint or the constructor. So note that the constructor property is a reference to the constructor function that created the instance. Thank you. थोड़ा और समझ आया. The advantage of the constructor property is that it's possible to check for this property to find out what kind of object it is. What kind of object? So apparently we have different kinds of objects. Okay, here's an example of how this could be used. Chalo dikhao. So we have a function called join bird fraternity. So now we're going to add birds to in different groups, species, subspecies, genus. Okay. If so, we have a candidate. Candidate would be the entry. Candidate would be a bird that we can enter with this. Candidate is an argument. We can enter an argument. This can have a value of canary, for example. So if canary was instantiated with the constructor bird, then you return true. If not, then you return false. Okay. Since the constructor property can be overwritten, which will be covered in the next two challenges, it's generally better to use the instance of method to check the type of an object. मतलब ये सब की जगह हम लोग सिंपली लिखेंगे इंस्टेंस ऑफ. सो कैंडिडेट इंस्टेंस ऑफ बर्ड, इतना लिख देंगे, काम खत्म. So it can be overwritten, which will be covered in the next two challenges. उस पर भी जाएंगे. It's generally better to use the instance of method to check the type of an object. Yes. So that's how we find out the type of an object we use instance of. Okay, right, join dog fraternity, they've already written the name for us, thank you. That takes a candidate parameter, this candidate parameter, and using the constructor property return true. Constructor property, not instance of property, guys, keep your eyes open. Return true if the candidate is a dog, otherwise return false. Pretty clear. Let me write this. Okay, so we have an if statement, if candidate dot constructor, we have the strict equality operator dog, right? Yeah, what do? So first you do this, else you do this. Cool. क्या चाहिए? Return true and false, right? Okay, return true. हाँ नहीं, इसमें लाइन ब्रेक बहुत अच्छी रहती है, तुम लोग को, you guys won't see it, right? Yeah. We write return false. Done. That's it. 46% complete. Nice. Now change the prototype to a new object. Oh, we have Gagandeep Singh. Yeah, I just saw that. Okay, only up until now you have adding property. You have been adding properties to the prototype individually. अच्छा, अभी एक साथ 50 prototypes डालेंगे क्या? Yeah, this becomes tedious after more than a few properties. Bird.prototype.eat function. Num. Bird prototype.describe equals function. My name is okay. Yeah, these are all methods really. The method's name will be eat, and it will print text called num, not called num. It will literally print a text num. This will also print a text with this dot name. Okay, so this becomes tedious after more than a few properties. So ऐसा करने जाएंगे तो tedious बन जाता है. So first they explain it to us, and then they call that tedious. So maybe that's how it should work apparently. A more efficient way is to set the prototype to any object that already contains the properties. This way the properties are all added at once. Okay. Set the prototype to a new object that already contains the properties. Oh, okay. So we have the bird constructor. On that they build a prototype. So a prototype of a bird constructor, which would have num legs, eat would have its function called whatever. Yeah, it's an anonymous function. And it also has a property called describe, which also has an anonymous function that does this. Add the property. Okay, they're all added at once. I have no clue why should one do this and not rename it? Please guys, give me a use case, a good scenario for this. Anyone in the comments? Oh, we have 2 viewers. Thank you for joining, both the viewers. Okay, क्या बता रहा है ये? चलो देखते हैं. Add the property num legs. This is pretty clear. Actually, bird.prototype, the same way we are going to write dog.prototype. They've already written it for us. So in here we write dog.prototype. Now क्या properties चाहिए? Num legs चाहिए. So num legs, it's a dog, so we write 4. I mean, I could also write 3, doesn't matter actually. Oh yeah, this is an object, it's comma separated. क्या चाहिए और? And add 2 methods. So one is the eat method. Eat would call a function equals to this. Yeah, I mean this is the EA6 method of writing this. So we write console dot log I think this goes, maybe this goes or maybe it doesn't, goes inside the curly brackets. क्या the dogs there nom 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 तो नहीं करते हैं, क्या करते हैं खाते वक्त? I mean chow chow chow. I've not heard a dog chew. I'll just write nom nom nom. Yeah, fine. No, that will be unoriginal. Chow chow. Someone's calling Havya. Okay, it's also comma separated. We have an anonymous function now called eat. We also हानि कर्ली ब्रैकेट्स यूज़ करने चाहिए. आई एम नॉट श्योर. ES6 में होते हैं. Let's be extra sure then. Okay, cool. We also write what? Describe. So describe, I mean, even if I write this here, it will rewrite itself anyway, so it doesn't matter really. We have an anonymous function with this, what should it say, console dot log with the text. Hi, my name is, I mean, I should say I am, instead of this concatenate function, I'm going to use the I forgot what it's called, the dollar sign. So dollar sign, curly brackets, close and open. That did work. Must be because of the single quote. Backtick. We use backticks for that. Yeah, backticks work. They're very handy actually. Okay. Now I am what? I am. We should write this dot name. Hi, my name is. That's not allowed apparently. Why? Why is that not allowed? The dot. Maybe the syntax doesn't allow it. Then we can use backtick here. I write simple plus and it works. Done. अच्छा semicolon missing था. Okay. There is a bracket missing. Come on. It says invalid shorthand property. What else? Okay, what does this say? Num legs equals 4. This is an invalid. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. We can't write equal to. We have to write this. Come on. So then there wasn't any problem with that, was there? We write dollar sign and then we close the backtick here. Close please. Very nice. Okay, so there wasn't any problem. There was a problem with this. I didn't notice it before, but now I did. Now I do. Okay. Do we need curly brackets? I do not think we need curly brackets with this. Exactly. Yeah, 50% complete. So we could also have written this based on ES6 standards. We could also describe an anonymous function this way or this way. It would work both ways. Okay. And so if we write dog instance of, wait, no, dog is a constructor itself. Oh yeah, instead we can write what is dog? I don't know if a dog will be logged in here. I can't know. Leave it. Okay, we'll leave it for now. But yeah, I get it. Oh, nope, not reset the lesson. Run the test, 50% complete. Nice. Remember to set the constructor property when changing the prototype. There is one crucial side effect of manually setting the property to a new object. It erases the constructor property. Ooh. This property can be used to check which constructor function created the instance, but since the property has been overwritten, it now gives false results. Because we wrote bird.prototype or dog.prototype, which is this. I literally wrote this. My name is. I wrote this is. Whatever, doesn't matter. Yeah. So the moment we wrote this, manually setting the property to a prototype to a new object, it erases the constructor property. It erases this constructor property apparently. This property can be used to check. They mean this property, constructor property can be used to check which constructor function created the instance. So by duck.constructor, हमने तो कोई कॉल किया है नहीं पहले, तो ठीक है. It will now give false results. So for dogs, it will return false results. I mean, if we do this or if we do this, they're the same thing really. This will return false. This will return false. What? क्यों ऑब्जेक्ट में ट्रू बोलेगा? Let's read this again. This property can be used to check which constructor function created the instance, but since the property has been overwritten, it now gives false results. हाँ मतलब yeah, actually object नहीं है, but it says true when they say false. But duck is still an instance of bird. This should say false and this should say true, I think. Yeah. To fix this, whenever a prototype is manually set to a new object, this one, remember to define the constructor property. So when we're going to do this, we have to define the constructor property again. Okay, how do you do it? We write constructor bird, that's it. बाकी सब जो भी है वो वैसे का वैसा रहेगा. Okay, we simply write constructor bird, so it takes whatever the values it had here. इसकी 50 values होगी तो वो 50 को यहाँ पे रख देगा, I think. So we write constructor, that's it. So now I understand what the constructor property is. It's literally a property called constructor. Thank you. But for bird, instead of bird we write dog. Okay, not semicolons, commas. It's comma separated. Each object's properties are comma separated. Define constructor property on the dog prototype. Cool. These guys are so generous. They also, if you had noticed, this was the only line that was empty. The rest of the lines were all together. This was the only empty line, so I understood where to put the code. The world will not be so generous. It will ask us to figure it out ourselves. Understand where an object's prototype comes from. Just like people inherit genes from their parents, an object inherits its prototype directly from the constructor function that created it. For example, here the bird constructor creates the duck object. So we're going more into prototypes. Maybe this will answer my questions in a better manner than I thought it would. So we have this simple constructor called bird, which takes the name, and then we instantiate this bird with a name duck. So now duck has a property, this name equals duck. Cool. Duck inherits its prototype from the bird constructor function. So duck inherits its prototype. So this is what you would call the prototype, also constructor but prototype from the bird constructor. This you can show this relationship with the is prototype of. So the way we ran prototype of prototype of is prototype of method. So bird dot prototype is prototype of duck. This will return true. Why is prototype in here then? बर्ड की प्रोटोटाइप प्रॉपर्टी में इस प्रोटोटाइप डक. What? I mean, I understand the syntax and I know how to write it. What do you mean? I need projects, man. I need projects to understand this. Yeah. Or is it a beagle? I think this will go the other way. No? Yeah. Oh, it won't go the other way. Oh, we wrote Snoopy, didn't we? Maybe. I have a friend called Arunim. Arunim also has a dog, Snoopy. He's amazing actually. We can see 3 question marks. We're literally going to do something to this. Dog prototype is prototype of beagle, yields true. Fix the code below so that it evaluates to true. Dog dot prototype dot is prototype of beagle. Is beagle a prototype? Basically, was beagle built from dog? It keeps coming back to that. Yes, it is. Is dog prototype a prototype of the dog itself? What do I write even dog here? Let's see. All objects in JavaScript with a few exceptions have a prototype. Also, an object's prototype list is an object. Prototype itself is an object. Also, an object's prototype. एक object का prototype मतलब dog का prototype. Beagle is itself an object. Okay. What does that mean? I'm gonna have to use ChatGPT for to make myself understand all of this. What do you mean? I do need projects to understand this now. Okay. Yeah. ये तो कर लेंगे, बट रियल लाइफ में कोई बोलेगा मुझे ये काम करके दो, तब है थोड़ी करना पड़ेगा, थोड़ी कर सकते हैं. Need projects. Definitely need projects. But before we do projects, we have to understand some basics. So this is kind of a catch-22. I mean, I could have learned this while doing projects. I would understand the concept better. But yeah, I chose this way. All objects in JavaScript, with a few exceptions, have a prototype. Also, an object's prototype itself is an object. ओके सो ऑल ऑब्जेक्ट्स, दुनिया भर में जितने भी ऑब्जेक्ट्स हम लोग जावास्क्रिप्ट में बनाएंगे विथ अ फ्यू एक्सेप्शंस, उनका एक प्रोटोटाइप होगा. ओके एंड और ऑल्सो एन ऑब्जेक्ट्स प्रोटोटाइप इटसेल्फ इज एन ऑब्जेक्ट. ओके, व्हाट डू यू मीन? एन ऑब्जेक्ट्स प्रोटोटाइप, एक ऑब्जेक्ट का प्रोटोटाइप खुद एक ऑब्जेक्ट होता है. ओके, now what does that mean? What does that mean really? We have function called bird and name. Yeah, when we write type of and then bird prototype, we haven't even mentioned anywhere prototype, but when we write bird dot prototype, it will return what? Because a prototype is an object. Yeah, is an object. A prototype can have its own prototype. That's literally an infinite loop then, because each prototype would have its own prototype. In this case, the prototype of bird prototype is object dot prototype. Oh yeah, हाँ सब बैक. Oh yeah, हाँ अच्छा, हाँ नहीं, हाँ कहीं ना कहीं तो लिखा होगा ना कि इनको ऑब्जेक्ट बोलते हैं. अगर इसको ऐसे लिखा गया तो इसको ऑब्जेक्ट बोलते हैं. There should be one place, probably the browser's back. Yeah, browser. Yeah, but there must be a standard. Someone wrote this code with C, C++ or whatever, in whatever language, and they defined everything. They defined a language with another language. That is so cool. Guys. That is so cool. Back to this. Okay, so the prototype of bird.prototype is object.prototype. So this is literally object.prototype is prototype of bird.prototype. How is this useful? Thank you. You may recall the has-on property method from a previous challenge. I do recall it. We say let duck equals new bird Donald. Okay, so we are calling we're instantiating the bird, and okay, so we're creating a duck object with this as the blueprint. Okay, so we're taking duck, we're creating an object called duck, and we're taking these things as this constructor as the blueprint. Okay, now does duck has own property name? Yes, it would. So has own property method is defined in object.prototype. Very good. Which can be accessed by bird.prototype. So अगर हमें ये नहीं लिखना है, मुझे simply लिखना है bird.prototype, it would also work. Which can then be accessed by duck. This is an example of the prototype chain. In this prototype chain, bird is the super type of. Okay, एक एक करके वापस जाना पड़ेगा. The has on property method is defined in object.prototype. So language में object.prototype के अंदर ये has on property को लिखा गया है, define किया गया है, which can be accessed by bird.prototype. So if we want to access this, we can write bird.prototype. So instead of object, we write the bird.prototype or duck, really, which can be accessed by duck. Duck. This is an example of the prototype chain. Okay, in this prototype chain, bird is the super type of duck. Because bird must be the first blueprint. This is the main blueprint. We'd call the constructor. So a constructor is the super type for all objects that are made from that constructor, while duck is the subtype. So okay, all those, not only a duck, we can put another bird, let's say a sparrow. So a duck, a sparrow, whatever comes from the concept of bird, so super type of bird, and using the constructor it creates a bird or a sparrow or any bird, while duck is the subtype, and they will be subtypes. Okay, object is a super type for both bird and duck. वो माई बाप है in Hindi. Oh, we have 2 viewers. Thank you for joining. Hello, thank you for your support. Object is a super type for all objects in JavaScript. Therefore, any object can use has own property method. Super type for all objects. Nice. Okay, I mean, now it's getting a little more clear, but of course we won't remember all of this if not any of this. But okay, now we say modify the code to show the correct prototype chain. So this is dog.prototype. We write object dot is prototype of. No, I think we should write object dot prototype then. Prototype. Okay. Why? Because I saw this object dot prototype is prototype. So now, this is the super type. This is the subtype. This is the super type for every object. So this will always be one step below object prototype. So object dot prototype dot is prototype of dog prototype. Yep, cool. 62% done. Way to go. And away we go. Now we have more constructor classes. We have a constructor called called cat, then a cat dot prototype, then we have a bear, then bear dot prototype, animal dot prototype. Animal does not have any properties. These at least have names. I think we're going to add a name and an eat function to it. Okay, padhte. Use inheritance so you don't repeat yourself. There is a principle in programming called don't repeat yourself dry. Don't run yourself dry. Okay, that's different. Run dry is something else. Don't repeat yourself. The reason repeated code is a problem is because any change requires fixing code in multiple places. Yeah, this usually means more work for programmers and more room for errors. That's probably why we use variables, so that if we change the value of a variable, everything else will automatically change. Check out Rick and Morty episode where they change the currency from $1 to 0, and it causes hilarious consequences. Okay, this usually means more work for programmers and more room for errors. Yep. I understand. Notice in the example below that the describe method is shared by bird and dog. Describe is shared by bird and dog. Instead, okay, now I get it. Okay, so then instead of describing the function here, putting the function here, they're the same thing, right? Yeah, so we're copying and pasting the code here. Instead, can we write something else? Probably they'll show us this now. Okay, the describe method is repeated in 2 places. Yes, the code can be edited to follow the dry principle by creating a super type or a parent called animal. So now we have, oh yeah, these are very good examples actually. Each animal would have a function that would call itself, well, because you can hear a bird in the morning saying my name is bird. Yeah, but bird, dog, animal, they are bird and dog, they're all animals. We are also an animal. We'd call ourselves humans, but we think we're above animals despite the fact that we are still animals. Okay, so we create a super type called animal. We can see here now. Oh, but how do we know whether it is how do we make it a super type? So let's see. So inside this function called animal, we write animal.prototype equals, and inside this, oh, wait a second. Interesting. What? That line ends there, right? Yeah. Then we go to animal.prototype, and then we write equals to. So now prototype equals to, okay. Then in curly brackets we write constructor. So now constructor has been added. Constructor, अच्छा हाँ तो इसको rewrite नहीं कर देगा, overwrite नहीं कर देगा. Then we write a describe function. Since animal includes the describe method, yes, you can remove it from bird and dog. But how do we apply this animal super type to these supposed subtypes? Do we add another constructor? Apparently, yeah. No. Since, yeah, okay. The eat method is repeated in both cat and bear. Edit the code in the spirit of dry by removing the eat method to the animal super type. But how do we ensure? मुझे समझ नहीं आया. How has this become a super type automatically? How would the computer know that a bear is an animal? A bear is a set of animals. A cat is considered an animal. So how would this know if we don't mention anywhere that this is in fact a super type? Because I do not see any difference with the syntax of this and this. You can see function bear name, function animal, but it doesn't take an argument. Okay, okay. It simply runs whenever it's called. Okay, whatever. Then we have this dot name. Instead this as constructor animal. We have that for the prototype too. You can see that prototype bear.prototype constructor animal. What's different about this? I think we are supposed to wait for the next टेस्ट टू अंडरस्टैंड, एक एक करके जा रहे इसलिए कर रहा है, ठीक है। ओके, हाँ यहाँ पे नहीं है कुछ काम, यहाँ से हम लोग ईट फंक्शन को हटाने वाले हैं। कट बाय, आई कैन सिंपली रिमूव दिस बाय। ओके, हाँ नहीं कॉमा भी हटा देंगे, क्यों भाई, क्या यार, हाँ एक फंक्शन था ना, ये फंक्शन का भी हटाना चाहिए था। गुड, ओके, नाउ हियर I paste it, done. Should have copied it, literally should have copied it. Done, that's it I think. Yeah, still doesn't answer the question though. How do we connect the two? Should have the eat property, animal.prototype should have the eat property, it does. Bed.prototype should not have the eat property, so apparently we are only supposed to copy and paste or cut and paste it. Really cool. देखते शायद आगे पता चलेगा. Thank you dad, thank you. In the previous challenge you created a super type called animal that defined behaviors shared by all animals. Yes. This and the next challenge will cover how to reuse the methods of animal inside bird and dog. Yes, so that answers my question without defining them again. It uses a technique called inheritance. Yes, inherit the value from this prototype animal. Okay. This challenge covers the first step, make an instance of the super type. तो यार फिर से बना तो दिया. What? But we already what? You already know one way to create an instance of animal using the new operator, right? It's a new instance of the super type. Oh, sorry. I do actually. This challenge, make an instance of the super type. This. You already know one way to create an instance of animal using the new operator. Yes. There are some disadvantages when using this syntax for inheritance. Okay. Which are too complex for the scope of this challenge. At least tell us this. Instead, here's an alternative approach without those disadvantages. So we simply write object.create.animal property. Animal.prototype. So basically this will create a super type. Without the new operator, we use the function called create to an object. Oh, so object.create. That hurts. I'm too deep. Okay. Maybe the earphone is too deep. This thing physically hurts. Okay. These are some. Yeah. Okay. Object.create object creates a new object and sets object as the new object's prototype. Recall that the prototype is like the recipe for creating an object. Yes. By setting the prototype of animal to be the prototype of animal. By setting the prototype of animal to be the prototype of animal, you are effectively giving the animal instance the same recipe as any other instance of animal. So when we write animal.eat, it will return nom nom nom, of course. Animal instance of animal, it will return true. Instance of method will return true. Use object.create to make two instances of animal named duck and beagle. अच्छा, okay. Let duck beagle. Basically अभी हम लोग let के साथ खेलने वाले हैं. You can see animal equals, so I am going to use this. Simply use this. Yeah, और कुछ है नहीं actually. Why not copy from here till here? Copy. Oh, we don't need the semicolon. Fine. Copy. I place the cursor here and I paste it here. I place the cursor here and I paste it here. Done. हो गया काम. 69. Nice. He's looking at you code. He's looking at you. His mom says he's looking at Q code. As more IT jobs go unfilled, the government has put coding on the curriculum. Parents should get techie too. After only a day's tuition, I built my own app. Okay, that's from the Times. Apparently, that's an article. He's looking at you code. that happened maybe a few years ago. In 2014 it says. Okay, he's looking at your code. Okay, set the child's prototype to an instance of the parent. So now these will become children. Beagle will become a child of this, right? We'll probably write dog dot prototype and then we will give it some name and whatever properties. In the previous challenge you saw the first step for inheriting behavior from the super type animal. Yes, we did, and you can see that here. यहाँ से हट गया, ठीक है. हाँ, we wrote object dot create animal. Yeah, literally we wrote this. Okay. This challenge covers the next step. Set the prototype of the subtype for child, in this case bird, to be the instance of animal. So भाई पहले वो किया, अभी ये करेंगे. First we let beagle be a part of super type. Interesting. Okay, remember that the prototype is like the recipe for creating an object. Yes, it is a recipe. In a way, the recipe for bird now includes all key ingredients from animal. Yes, it does. ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? Bird dot prototype. Okay. So just the same way, this will be dog dot prototype, and then we object dot create animal dot prototype. Let duck equals new bird Donald duck dot eat. So when we write duck dot eat, it will inherit these properties from this object. So duck new bird Donald. Oh my god, this is going to be algorithms. We're going to use algorithms for this, aren't we? Good stuff. Okay, duck inherits all of animals properties including the eat method. Yes, inherits all of animals properties the moment we write this, of course, because the duck itself inherits or is a prototype, has been built from the prototype bird. I'm going to reuse you then. Modify the code so that instances of dog inherit from animal. We write dog here. Done. 73% complete. Good stuff. Good progress. Happy. Yay. Only change code below this line. I can see that we have animal, bird and dog. Here it's only bird and dog. Okay. Reset an inherited constructor property. Nice. So what if we want to reset? When an object inherits a prototype from another object, it also inherits the supertype's constructor property. Yeah. अच्छा, हाँ, वो constructor property भी उठाएगा क्योंकि सारी properties उठाएगा. Let's look at this example. We have a function called bird.prototype, and then object.create animal prototype. Okay. So now it's inheriting the constructor property of the animal itself. Whatever we give animal, it will run. So duck.constructor will return animal. So but duck and all instances of bird should show that they were constructed by bird and not animal. Yeah. Oh, if I write if I instantiate this bird constructor, I see. If I instantiate this bird constructor with the name, let's say beagle, for example, then beagle will be instantiated, but it will also have the animal's properties and the bird's properties, right? So but duck and all instances of bird should show that they were constructed by bird and not animal. To do so, you can manually set the constructor property of bird to the bird object. So manually करना पड़ेगा. चलो, okay. There will probably be a better way for this in the next steps, but हमें पहले कर रहे हुए तुम्हें ये करना पड़ेगा. So पहले दिखाएंगे करना पड़ेगा, फिर उसका better रास्ता बताएंगे. Okay. So it says bird.prototype constructor equals bird. So we're literally setting it. fix the code duck.constructor, fix the code, so duck.constructor and beagle.constructor return their respective constructors. समझ गए. Simply we write dog here because it's for dogs. Let, अच्छा दोनों का करना पड़ेगा ना, हाँ बराबर है, sorry. Command Z, command shift Z, enter. Now for this we write dog and we write dog, done. Now they will probably tell us why this is tedious. नहीं बोला, but yeah, we do it that way. We write dog dot prototype equals this. Sorry, dog dot prototype dot constructor equals this. Okay, a constructor function that inherits its prototype object from a super type constructor. एक एक करके वापस समझ नहीं आया. A constructor function. Okay, let's look at a constructor function. This would be an animal, a constructor function that inherits its prototype object from a super type constructor function. So then bird, let's call this bird the child, and it inherits its prototype object, as in this prototype object. From a super type constructor function. So this bird inherits this prototype function, can still have its own methods in addition to inherited methods. मतलब सिर्फ ये नहीं होगा, अगर हमें और ऐड करना है तो भी हम ऐड कर पाएंगे. So ये क्या बोल रहा है, bird dot prototype object dot create. So this is how we connect it, and then we can also add our own methods. For example, bird is a constructor that inherits prototype from animal. With this line of code, we write bird dot prototype. So bird will inherit values from not from the prototype called object, but it will instead inherit from an object that has been created, animal dot prototype. And you can see animal dot prototype. Interesting. Why do we have to write create? But yeah, apparently this. In addition to what is inherited from animal, you want to add behavior that is unique to bird objects. Yes, we do. Here bird will get a fly function, this thing, if we see this. So bird dot prototype got fly. When we write this, we are adding a fly function. Fly is a function. It's an anonymous function because it does not have a name. It's simply written function. Functions are added to the bird's prototype the same way as any constructor function. Because of this dot. Now instances of bird will have both eat and fly methods. But for an animal may or may not be able to fly. Hello Shivam saying hi. Thank you for joining, Shivam. Thank you. Hi. I think you're saying everyone to the chat. Thank you. And say hi everyone to Shivam. Okay, where were we? ये सब किया. Fly. Eat and fly methods. Okay. So in animal may or may not be able to fly, so we don't have it, but birds definitely fly, so we added the flying function. But some animals, but all animals do have a property of eating, so that's universal for all animals. But for a bird, flying is also, for each bird flying is, I get it. Okay, आपको भी I think आप लोग को भी समझ आ ही गया है. Oh, we have 3 viewers. Thank you for joining, all 3 viewers. Thank you for your support. Please like, share, subscribe to the channel, and if you understand this object-oriented programming, then you are happy to show me, and you can also understand while I'm trying to understand all this myself. Okay, तो भाई ये क्या है, duck.eat duck.fly, it would return I am flying and it would also return nom nom nom. Okay, it would literally print, not, yeah. So we say duck.eat would display the string nom 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 in the console and I'm flying. Yep. Add all necessary code from the dog object. हाँ अभी हम लोग काम पे आ गए. Very good. Add all necessary code so the dog object inherits from animal and the dog's prototype constructor is set to dog. Okay. So we have animal. now हम लोग यहाँ पे सब लिखने वाले हैं, इसके बाद लिखेंगे. ठीक है, चलो इसके अंदर लिखेंगे. Okay, first we write dog dot prototype, yeah, empty function. now अरे हाँ नहीं, इसमें equals to आएगा, equals to. now we inside this we write what? we write first dog dot prototype equals, नहीं, wait a second, I'll have to refer to the previous code. इन्होंने कैसे लिखा था? bird dot prototype not dog dot prototype equals, आने सेमीकोलन रख देते तो इसको तकलीफ नहीं होगी. now we write object dot create. we use the create function because of some shortcomings. अच्छा हाँ, apparently because of this we don't need to do that. Interesting. Okay, ज़रूरत नहीं है. Interesting. Okay, so we write animal from this animal dot prototype, so it will inherit all the values of the animal. Instead of this we write animal dot prototype. Okay, so इसने inherit कर दी values, but now we change the constructor's value. so we write in the next line we write dog dot prototype dot constructor equals what? dog. okay, done. और क्या लिखना है? all the necessary code. dog objects inherit from animals and the dog objects constructor is set to dog. done. then add a bark method to the dog object so that the beagle can both eat and bark. हाँ तो eat तो आ गया. हाँ या हाँ लिखते हैं ना, इसको ही मैं कंसोल में लिख देता हूँ तो हमें दिखता रहेगा हमने ऐड किया कि नहीं. डन. नहीं तो oh yeah, I get it. yeah, we can't do it to this. bye. no sorry, come on. we write beagle. so that did not inherit values apparently. am I supposed to write it this way? no, it's not a function. okay, so right now beagle is empty. are we supposed to write .eat? no. .eat? no. I think we have to call the specific. no, I don't think so. करते चलो. then add a bark method to the dog's object. हाँ चलो इसके करते देखते हैं. beagle dot eat, does it have that function? nom nom nom. okay, very good. and it also prints undefined because why not? why? ठीक है. but why can't I access the properties of this beagle? what if I write dog? okay, dog dot prototype. it has a constructor and a function called dog. this is that function probably. where is the eat function? maybe I can't access it from here, but if I write .eat I think it will work. it is in fact a function. nom nom nom. okay, हाँ इसको हटाओ, इसका कुछ अभी काम नहीं है. Okay, bye. Back to this. So now we also assign it a fly, no, bark function, right? Bark method. How? Excuse me. Oh, we have Abhi Gaming. Oh, we have so many messages from Abhi Gaming. Hello Abhi Gaming. Hi. Yeah, I replied. So sorry, I didn't see your message earlier. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. और कमेंट्स लिखिए और एंगेजमेंट लाइए और अपने दोस्तों को बताइए. हेलो मिस्टर अभी, थैंक यू. ओके, so this is how we write. We create a method. So we write dog dot prototype dot bark equals, now it's a function, it's an anonymous function, so called bark. Yeah, when we write bark it will work. It's anonymous function, so it can be empty. What should it say? Then add a bark method to the dog object so that the beagle can both eat and bark. The bark method should print woof to the console. Print it to the console. Great. लिखेंगे यहाँ पे equal to and greater than arrow, it becomes an arrow. You can see it looks like an arrow, and inside this we write what do we write? Yeah, console.log, and inside this we write woof. Okay, done. Now if we call this line, let's say if I write dog, sorry, not this, sorry, if I write beagle dot bark, it will return woof. If I write beagle dot eat, it will return nom nom nom. Nice. Has Abhi Gaming left? Apparently he has, or maybe he's watching. We have 3 viewers. Thank you so much. Abhi Gaming must be one of them. Thank you. And thank you Mr. Shivam Singh, thank you for joining the live video. Okay, beagle.eat, pretty cool, pretty clear actually. Yeah, very understandable, understood. 81% complete, 19% बाकी है, 19% ही बाकी है. I am flying, I believe I can fly. Must song है guys, please check it out. I believe I can fly. Oh, we have more comments from Abhi Gaming. Okay, now we have override inherited methods. Abhi क्या यार, why override if we've don't inherit them? In previous lessons you learned that an object can inherit its behavior from other objects by referencing its prototype object. Yeah, how? This way, where we have child object, so we assign, using the assignment operator, we assign the prototype value with the object dot create parent object prototype. Yeah, so we assign, so we literally make it inherit. Good. Now then the child object received its own methods by chaining them onto its prototype, this way, where we write child object dot prototype dot method name and then function, the fly and the bark thing, where we wrote bark and it returned woof. It's possible to override an inherited method. Okay, now override, it's done the same way by adding a method to child object property, child object prototype, this, by using the by using the, sorry, I was lost. It's possible to override, it's done by the same way, using the same method name as the one to override. Here is an example of bird overriding the eat method inherited from animal. Okay, so apparently birds do not eat, or maybe you are going to do something that okay, आराम से जाते हैं. चलो, all animals eat, so it has a property and it has a method called eat which returns nom nom nom. Then we create a function called bird, we make this a child, we make this inherit this property eat. So bird is in fact an animal. Yeah, let's not get into that. Yeah, but it now has the property, it inherits whatever we write in here, be it a property, a function, a method, whatever. Then we also give a bird a prototype method called eat, where it says peck peck peck. So what do you think will it return if we call the function and we say bird.eat? Will it return peck 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 or nom nom nom? Apparently, because we are learning the concept of overriding, I'm going to assume that it will not take nom 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 and it will take peck peck peck. It will in fact take peck peck peck. So yeah, very funny actually. That is so funny. If you have an instance let duck equals new bird, so we are instantiating a duck. We're creating a duck with the name bird. Sorry, not name bird. We're creating a bird with the name duck, because ducks are birds. And you call duck.eat. This is how JavaScript looks for the method on the prototype change of duck. Duck is eat defined here. वापस. If you have an instance let duck and you call duck.eat, this is how JavaScript looks for the method on the prototype chain of duck. अच्छा, JavaScript कैसे इसको ढूंढेगा? Maybe that's, I mean, why are we reading this? So that we understand how JavaScript reads code, understands code with regards to the prototypes, and inherits an overriding inheritance. Okay, so it says duck. So this, when I see this arrow, oh hello Samajit, we have a few guests here. I can see we have quite a show today. Thank you. Okay, so what does this do? Duck, is this an arrow or equals to, I think it's an arrow. So duck function, there is no function duck. So for first it will check duck. Is eat defined here? No. Is eat defined here? Yes, execute it and stop searching. Oh wait, bird. Oh yeah. Won't duck inherit values from the bird? अच्छा, तो ये बॉटम से टॉप जाता है. पहले देखेगा डक के अंदर, बट वीव कॉल्ड डक. अरे यार ये लिखा नहीं है ना कोड. हाँ, यहाँ पे देख लो गाइस. या so let's say there is a function called penguin. I can call this, iguana for example. Yeah, don't worry about this yet. When we instantiate a penguin with the name iguia and we call this iguia.fly, it will in fact IGIAUA, it will return I am flying, but this does not have that function defined. It only it's taking the values from the instantiated property, this constructor penguin, where it says oh, it's taking from the fly. Ooh. But yeah, if this were written here, if this fly function were written here with a different text, then it would not even go to this. So basically it would, yeah, I understand what this is. तो एक लेवल पे जाता है. फर्स्ट लेवल ये चेक करेगा इसका, भाई इग्वाया खुद की प्रॉपर्टी है जिसमें हमने ये फंक्शन डिफाइन किया है, तो ये बोलेगा नहीं, अकॉर्डिंग टू दिस कोड. Yes, that's true. Then what else do we write? So bird is eat defined here. Yes, eat is defined with the bird prototype. It is, you can see it here. So the moment it happens, ये जैसे मिल गया वो एग्जीक्यूट कर देगा और वो लिखेगा पेक पेक पेक. इट वोंट इवन गो टू दिस नॉम थिंग. ओके, आई गेट इट, बिकॉज बर्ड्स पेक, दे डोंट नॉम. ओके, ऑब्जेक्ट जावास्क्रिप्ट स्टॉप सर्चिंग बिफोर रीचिंग दिस लेवल. हाँ, नहीं, उसके 4 लेवल होंगे. एक जिसको हमने इंस्टेंशिएट किया, जिस चीज़ को जिसमें से इंस्टेंशिएट किया, फिर इसको जो चाइल्ड प्रोटोटाइप है जो एनिमल से सब इनहेरिट करता है, और एनिमल जो ऑब्जेक्ट में से इनहेरिट करता है. ऑब्जेक्ट इज़ द माई बाप. ओवरराइड द फ्लाई मेथड फॉर पेंगुइन. ओवरराइड द फ्लाई मेथड फॉर पेंगुइन. ओके, अभी हम लोग यहाँ जाएंगे. सो वी आर गोइंग टू ओवरराइड द फ्लाई मेथड फॉर पेंगुइन for you. पहले command z कर देते हैं. Very good. So that it returns the string, alas, this is a flightless bird. Yeah. I think of alas very highly. So we write penguin, so it will override this. So prototype, type. There is also a very famous game called Prototype and Prototype 2. I've played Prototype 2, but I had a PC that would just die the moment I turned it on, so I couldn't play much of it, but it was a good game, Prototype 2. You guys can check it out. We write fly equals paste. Yeah, we can't do that. I call an anonymous function instead of writing it this way because ES6 allows us a better method. I can simply ask it to return in double quotes this I am a flightless bird and put a semicolon, and that's that. Maybe not, I have to put it in a curly bracket apparently. Cool, but yeah, this is much better than writing all of that. Simply write this and then you put the arrow and then write return. I find this simpler, maybe you guys find writing this better. I have no clue. I do not have any objections, but yeah, here we go. Done. That's it. इतना ही लिखना था. So now instead of I am flying, it will return alas, I'd say this is a flightless bird. Very nice. Very cool. Very cool actually. Maybe I wasn't there. Okay. Use a mix in. Okay. Mix in, like jump in, mix in, dance in. That's also an amazing song. Dancing, I'm sure you guys know dancing. All the time, baby, you're in my mind, and I don't know why, but this feeling is fine. Can't you see? Okay, क्या बोल रहा है? Use a mix in to add common behavior between unrelated objects. Well, an airplane is not an animal, but it is in fact something that flies. Yes, says you've seen behavior is shared through inheritance. So apparently the concept of flying is applied to birds. Not the concept of flying, the ability to fly is applied to birds and airplanes. Okay, so yeah, the ability to fly has been inherited by birds and airplanes, I could say. However, there are cases where inheritance is not the best solution. Inheritance does not work well for unrelated objects like bird and airplane. Yeah, actually, yeah, I understand these instances very well. They can both fly, but a bird is not a type of airplane and vice versa. Yes, yeah, I understand. For unrelated objects, it's better to use mix-ins. A mix-in allows other objects to use a collection of functions. Okay, mix-in. So we write let. We're literally instantiating a function called object. Function that an anonymous function that. What? Let's read you again. We're writing a function called fly mixin that takes an object as an argument. Then what happens is it takes that object and it says object.fly, and then inside it calls a function. Again, it's an anonymous function which would print flying whoosh. Okay. What? I understand. Yeah, it all makes sense. But how is this a mix in? Are we mixing in this function itself? जो भी object होगा. Okay. The fly mixin takes any object and gives it the fly method. Any object, जो भी आप object का नाम लिखेंगे वो आ जाएगा. Okay. The fly mixing, I need to understand why I'm responding to it like I do not care, but okay. For unrelated objects it's better to use mix-ins. अच्छा, so जब unrelated होते हैं तो हम mix-in use करेंगे instead of inheritance. Okay, that okay was much better, I believe. The fly mix-in takes any object and gives it the fly method. Okay. Oh, I see, I keep saying okay a lot. Yeah, the fly mixing takes any object and gives it the fly method. Yes, it does. We write let bird equals Donald and legs 2 Donald the duck. Then plane does not have a name, it has a model number 777 and it takes this many passengers. We write fly mixin bird. If it is in fact written this way, why do you call an anonymous function? Just write it this way, my friend. Yeah, why? If you're going to call a function this way, why write it this way? I can simply write function space fly mixing and then take the object. Why go to this length? Why go to great lengths? But here bird and plane are passed into fly mixin, which then assigns the fly function to each object. Assigns it. Object dot fly assigns it, मतलब add करेगा यहाँ पे, preferably next to this. Now bird and plane can both fly. Yeah, bird and plane can both fly. Yeah. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. The console would display the string flying whoosh twice, once for each dot fly call. Yup. Okay. Note how the mix in allows for the same fly method to be reused by unrelated objects, bird and plane. Yes, I did note that. I mean, in my mind, but yeah. I did note it in my mind. Create a mixin named glide mixin that defines a method. Uthate chalo. Create a mixin named glide mixin that defines a method named glide. Then use glide mixin that defines a method. अच्छा, तुम लोग लिखेंगे. Read this. So we write object dot whatever glide. Yeah. Then use the glide mixin to give both bird and boat the ability to glide. Nice. These are actually very good examples. I like you very much. So what do I write? I call a function. Now I'm not going to copy the way they did it because I really like writing this. I mean, I understand the need for this, but then remove this. यूज़ ES6 माई फ्रेंड्स. शायद लोगों को नहीं समझ आता होगा इसलिए लिखा होगा. ठीक है, चलो. लेट ग्लाइड मिक्सिन इक्वल्स anonymous function, but this function is actually glide mixin, but whatever. And what does this take? कुछ भी ले सकते हैं ना. हाँ, ठीक है, कुछ भी ले सकते हैं. ability ABILITY. चलो, इसको ability देंगे. And it takes, so we write ABILITY dot क्या glide and I believe I can fly. ऐसे लिखते थे ना. हाँ, wait, oh yeah, missing semicolon. Yeah, I know why. But ठीक है, चलो. I mean, I don't need to write function. I think I do. Yeah. क्या यार. Okay. But ability dot glide, we are going to make this a function. So I write space arrow. Then you do this. हाँ, जाते. We run this function. हाँ नहीं, पहले उसका स्टेटमेंट आएगा क्या, ability dot glide object dot fly function empty function object dot fly equals empty function, and inside this we write क्या चाहिए, we give it use glide mixin, we are using it. I'm flying, I'm going to use I believe I can fly. क्या चाहिए उनको, प्रिंट करना चाहिए, रिटर्न चाहिए, और ग्लाइड चाहिए ना. I believe I can glide. console dot log I believe I can glide. क्या हो रहा है इसको, क्या तकलीफ हो रही है? What does it say? Missing semicolon. Here you mean exactly, still unexpected token. Did I simply forget how to write code? क्या ES6 में अलाउ नहीं करते क्या? इसको हटाएं तो nope. What if I write let? Nope. What was it? No, this was the arrow sign. Fine. करो function बना. Yeah, done. हाँ नहीं, उसको हाँ रन भी कॉल भी करना है. क्या है? boot. Sorry, glide mixin, glide mi, capital MIXIN. We write not G. Oh, you're not adding the ability. Oh, अच्छा. Thing. Nope. Okay, ठीक है, चलो. Thing dot glide. बोट को कर दिया bird. Well, bird is not a thing actually, but fine. Semicolon please. I think yeah. और क्या है, प्रिंट भी करके देखते हैं. I mean yeah, but we are done. We can yeah, I do want to see yeah, let's call this bird dot glide I believe I can glide. Save this code please, I want to see it later. 88% complete guys, very nice, good going, good speed actually. क्या चल रहा है? oh yeah. हाँ नहीं, हाँ ओके. व्हाट इज़ इट, 9 o'clock? हाँ थोड़ी देर में 9 बजने वाले हैं ना. क्या करते, थोड़ा ब्रेक ले लेते गाइस. आई डोंट सी एनीवन watching, we don't have any viewers yet. So in this time I'm going to take some break, and we'll resume with this concept in a short while. I'll be back guys in 15 minutes. Until then, enjoy your snacks, some food, something, some stuff, and I'll be back with this live. I won't stop this live. I can just come back to it. See ya. Hello guys, welcome back, and you are watching the spoken essays. I see we have another comment from Ankita Vishay. She retracted the message. Maybe there was something, but no worry guys. We are back and we can continue from where we left off. Do we have anyone watching? No problem. Maybe they left. Okay, but yeah, we are working on JavaScript algorithms and data structures. So let's see what we're doing, what we're working on. Great. Let's resume from where we left off. What does this say? So use closure to protect properties within an object from being modified externally. I see. Okay. So use closure. So something is called closure. In the previous challenge, bird had a public property name. Yes. Had a public property. So public properties now. It is considered public because it can be accessed and changed outside of bird's definition. Okay, yeah, it can be. Yes, add a public property name. So bird.name Duffy. Oh yeah, okay, acha, yes. Because when we instantiate it, we give it a name. Yeah, therefore any part of your code can easily change the name of bird to any value. Think about things like passwords and bank accounts being easily changeable by any part of your code base. That could cause a lot of issues. The simplest way to make public property private is by creating a variable within the constructor function. This changes the scope of that variable to be within the constructor function versus available globally. This way the variable can only be accessed and changed by methods also within the constructor function. I have to read this again. I have no clue what this means. The simplest way to make this public property private, as in the name, for example name, by creating a variable within the constructor function. This changes the scope of that variable to be within the constructor function versus available globally. This way the variable can only be accessed and changed by methods also within the constructor function. But will it inherit? When we are instantiating it, will it take the value hashtag equals 0? Let's see, let's read this. So we have a function called bird, then it says hashtag equals 0. So we're giving the value hatched egg 10. Then this dot get hatched egg count. It's a function where it would return hatched egg, right. So this is a constructor function. Now when we write when we instantiate this bird with the name ducky, we write ducky dot getting hatched count. Here get hatched or not getting get hatched count is a privileged method because it has access to the private variable hatched egg. The moment we remove this, it will become private. This is possible because hatched egg is declared in the same context as the get hatched egg count. In JavaScript, a function always has access to the context in which it was created. This is called closure. Let's read this again. Here get hatched egg count is a privileged method because it has access to the private variable. It is a privileged method. This is possible because hatched egg is declared in the same context as get hatched egg count. It is it is declared in the same context. What does this say? In JavaScript, a function always has access to the context. A function always has access to the context in which it was created. This is called closure. Change how weight is declared in the bird function so it is a private variable. Then create a method get weight that returns the value of weight 15. So instead of this, so this is global right now. The moment we make it let weight be 15, and then we write bird, not even that actually. We write this dot function का नाम है get weight. So get weight WEIGHT. गेट वेट इक्वल्स, यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं लगा सकते फंक्शन को? Why do you not allow this syntax? Fine, if you don't allow this syntax, I can't do anything. We have this function. Okay. Semicolon. No. Enter here. We ask it to return. Wait. That's it. Now if we instantiate it, it will return the value. क्यों? अच्छा, you should create a method called getWeight. WEIGHT. अच्छा, GHT. Sorry. Yeah. T. Yeah. That's it. Done. 92% complete. We are almost there, guys. Almost there. Do not worry. खत्म हो जाएगा. खत्म करके ही जाएंगे. In just a second, I'll be back. एक कुछ कॉल आ रहा है. And I'm back. Okay, let's continue. Okay, understand the immediately invoked function expression IIFE. I will probably not remember this. A common pattern in JavaScript is to execute a function as soon as it is declared. Okay. This is an anonymous function expression that executes right away. I can see how and why. This function will call this thing, so it will print chirp chirp. You can see after the semicolon the curly brackets end, but this is still inside that bracket, and then you call it what? Interesting. So it has two things. Okay, fine. Fine. Anonymous function. Note that the function has no name and it is not stored in a variable. The two parentheses at the end of the function expression cause it to be immediately executed or invoked. These two. This pattern is also known as immediately invoked function expression, or IIFE. Immediately invoked function expression. So this is how. Yeah, this is the syntax. Rewrite the function make nest and remove its call. So instead, it's an anonymous immediately invoked function expression. So right now this is an anonymous, but we are going to use make nest, right? That's it. क्या चाहिए? बस. Oh wait. यहाँ पे एडिट करेंगे ना. Rewrite the function, remove its call. As in remove this call. We don't need that. सिर्फ brackets डाले और कुछ नहीं किया. Done. And I removed the call itself. Make nest. It's not defined. Why? Because so immediately invoked. क्या है? Immediately invoked function expression. So we immediately invoke the function. Cool. क्या कुछ तकलीफ है? हाँ, तकलीफ है. The function should be anonymous. Okay, fine. Nice. Use an IIFE to create a module. अभी module बनाएंगे. Module क्या होता है? चलो. And immediately IIFE is often used to group related functionality into a single object or module. For example, an earlier challenge defined two mix-ins. एक के अंदर एक is mix in. For example, an earlier challenge defined two mixins. ठीक है. Gliding on the water, flying whoosh. Okay. We can group these mixins into a module as follows. Oh, thank you. Thank you, mummy. Thank you for watching. Function glide mixin. Okay. And immediately invoked function is to group. Yeah, reader function ID. Okay. Yeah. They're showing us to make us recall. Okay. Yeah. Console.log. Yeah. Okay. So we apply the glide or the fly function. We can group these mixins into a module as follows. Yeah, mixin. Okay. हाँ तो चलो जाते हैं. Now we have a function called motion module. I mean, yeah, even if it says function, it is a function क्योंकि yeah, छोड़ो समझाएंगे कभी. But yeah, and what does this function do? It returns this mixin and this mixin. Done. That's it. And then it calls itself. Oh, where does this bracket begin? Let's go with each bracket end by end. This should begin here. Okay, that's where it begins. So that's the function. So this variable called motion module stores the function and its call itself. Okay. Note that you have an immediately invoked expression. Yep, immediately invoked expression. Function expression that returns an object motion module. Returns an object motion module. Okay, yeah. This returned object code contains all of the mixing behaviors as properties of the object. The advantage of the module pattern is that all of the motion behaviors can be packaged into a single object that can then be used by other parts of your code. There is an example using it. Motion module.glide mixin duck.glide. अच्छा. Create a module named fun module to wrap the two mixins. I think they've created one for us. No. Okay. So like motion module, we're going to create fun module. To wrap the two mixins is cute mixin and sing mixin. Fun module should return an object. Okay. Dancing in the moonlight, dancing at the sun so bright. Just a second, I'll connect my phone to the charger. Okay, some charger problem. Let's connect you again. It says check your charger connection or properly connected, so that's not good speed. It says 7 hours. बाप रे. अब वो चार्ज हो रहा है. It still says 7 hours. Whatever. Okay. Let's read your syntax again. We write let fun module equals a function, an anonymous function. इसको कटेंगे कहाँ पे, सेमीकोलन के yeah. That's it. Okay. Now we write an anonymous function here. We write function and you open the curly bracket. Good. Now we don't need let. We make this colon. We keep that inside you, of course. Oh yeah. अच्छा honey. If it's still. What is this for? And what are you for? Okay, object is cute. Return true here or return console.log करता है. Okay. This should be here. I get it. And then oops, this should be a comma. Very good. Much better. The indentation does a good job. Maybe not this so much. अभी क्या तकलीफ है देखते हैं. स्पेस तो नहीं तकलीफ हो सकती है. Oh yeah. Good. Okay. I think we should put another semicolon. Oh yeah. No, not semicolon. Oh yeah, and we also have to make this into a colon. Yep. This and then this and then this and then this and then you and then you and this. Nope, we don't need a colon. Yep, I think that's it. पढ़ लेते हैं. Create a module named fun module to wrap the two mixes. Done, we wrapped them nicely. Sing mixing and Q is cute mixing should return. Fun module should return an object, so it does. Cool. 100% complete. Done guys. Object oriented programming हमने figure out किया, सीखा, समझा, and we are done. Oh sorry, back. क्या हमने finish किया? Of course we'll go to functional programming, but before I want to show you guys what we've finished so far. We have finished basic JavaScript, ES6, regular expressions, debugging, basic data structures, basic algorithm scripting. We came is बहुत time spent किया हमने इस पे. Then object oriented programming, we finished that in this live itself. Now we are going to go with the functional programming aspect. Nice. 24 of these. क्या finish किए? कितने finish किए? What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we have 3 more to go. Bapre. Only 3 more guys. 3 more and we'll be done in no time. Now that you know basics of algorithm thinking along with OOP and functional programming, texture skills with intermediate. And it has 21 challenges. The next is challenges. Very nice. And after the challenges we have to work on some projects. Yay, this will get us the certificate, I believe. Yep. Exactly. Yes. And these tests are different than the previous ones, hopefully. Okay, but we will not look at the answers. Okay, functional programming is another popular approach to software development. In functional programming, code is organized into smaller basic functions that can be combined to build complex programs. In this course, you'll learn the core concepts of functional programming, including pure functions, how to avoid mutations, and how to write cleaner code with methods like map and filter. Nice. Learn about functional programming. So it has 26 of these lessons. Before I get into this, I'm going to take another break because this thing is quite taxing. You know what time is it? It is 3:38. Inside. It's what, 9:37. I'll meet you guys back here at 9:50. Until then, you guys can rest, get some rest and relaxation, and yeah, I'll see you guys back in a couple of minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. Yeah, see ya. Oh, and you guys can look at the code, look at the example until I'm back. Thank you. And we're back. I came back a little early, but yeah, that's only for you guys anyway. So let's continue. Oh, interesting. Why is my lock screen visible? That is so interesting. That has never happened. Wait a second. Chrome capture. Interesting. Okay, much better, but I'm not supposed to show you that. Yes, we are back. Okay, so now we're going to learn functional programming. First, we learned more about object-oriented programming, how we can use prototypes. I think, yeah, what I'll take away from that is we learned some prototyping, and we learned some inheritance. That's what I'll remember more than any of these things. Of course, yeah, I keep saying that, and I've also realized that we may or may not remember all of this, and if not all, some of this. We will only remember some of this, if not all of this. So, of course, I remember slice and splice very easily because it gave me big, huge headaches, and I had to spend more time figuring it out. So that will be probably be remembered. Whatever I found easy may or may not be memorized easily. So let's see. I don't know. We'll find out. We'll see. We'll understand. So what does this say? Functional programming. Learn about functional programming. Functional programming is a style of programming where solutions are simple, isolated functions. Simple isolated functions without any side effects outside of the function scope. Input, process, output. Input मिलेगा, काम करेगा और फिर निकाल देगा. Okay. So that's what functional programming is like. Is a style of programming where solutions are simple. Okay. Isolated. They're isolated. Functional programming is about isolated functions. There is no dependence on the state of the program, which includes global variables that are subject to change. Pure functions. The same input always gives the same output. Functions with limited side effects. Any changes or mutations to the state of the programs outside the function are carefully controlled. Yeah, I mean, I understand what they're saying. This is very cool. Actually, yeah, this is good functional programming. So the members of freeCodeCamp happen to love tea. Happen मतलब हाँ उनको उनको चाय लगती है, अच्छी लगती है. Happen to मतलब yeah, it's a fact. Happen to just happen to. बस है. In the code editor, the prepare t and get t functions. So we have two functions, one called prepare t and get t. T is another word for gossip, but I think they mean by tea here they actually mean the drink tea. So prepare t and get t are already defined for you. Call the get t function to get 40 cups. Call the get t function. अच्छा, इस सबको कुछ करना ही नहीं है, बेसिकली इसको ही चेंज करना है. ठीक है. Call the get t function to get 40 cups of tea for the team and store them in a t for team FCC variable. कहाँ है t for team FCC? इसके अंदर स्टोर करेंगे. क्या बोल रहा है? Function that requires a string representing a cup of green tea. Yeah, it does return a string. Oh, you can see the ES6 in action here. And there is no red underline. That is so good. This is an anonymous function and it's called when we write prepare t. Okay, but what does this say? Given a क्या चाहिए इनको? So given in the code editor, prepare t and functions are already defined for you. अच्छा, they're already defined for us. अच्छा. Call the get t function. अच्छा, तो हम लोग call करेंगे. To get 40 cups of tea for the team and store them in the so null के जगह basically we're going to call it here. Get tea done. हो गया काम. That's it. That was it. But I want to read and understand what this does. So when we call get tea, what happens? It says take number of cups. अच्छा 40 cups लिखना पड़ेगा ना. Sorry, yeah. So when we write get t, it will take number of cups, which is 40. So we have an array now. अरे यार, अरे अरे अरे. I'll write console dot log t for team FCC. Cool. So it says green tea 40 times. Yeah, okay. Oh, we'll keep this. Okay, very good. So get T40, yeah, T40. If it's 4, we'll only see green tea 4 times. Yeah, good enough. Okay. So constant teacups. So it will print teacups. Good. Now what does this do? For loops 1, so not 0. Let cups equals 1. Cups less than equal to number of cups, so 1 to 40, not 0 to 40, that would print it 49 times. Cups equals, yeah, instead of this we can also write plus plus. Yeah. Then it says constant, then it calls a local variable called constant teacup, and it calls this function prepare tea. Because this is constant but it is a global variable, we can call it inside this function. So here we assign the value of teacup to prepare tea. When we call prepare tea, it simply returns green tea, so this will say green tea. So now teacup equals green tea, so teacup variable has the value green tea, and then we write teacups dot push, so we push this text green tea to this array. Cool. Done. Nice. Oh, I can see we have 2 viewers. Hello, 2 viewers. Thank you for joining. Thank you for your support. So now what do we write? Understand functional programming terminology. The FCC team had a mood swing and now wants 2 types of tea. Oh, kya yaar, chai piyo na. And green tea and black tea. General fact, client mood swings are pretty common. They're telling us that the client, so in the future probably we'll also experience this. Client mood swings are pretty common. Okay. With that information, we'll need to revisit the get tea function from last challenge to handle various tea requests. अच्छा, तो अभी कितनी और कितनी चाय? Oh yeah. हाँ, सब वो if statement लिखेंगे. हाँ, जाते हैं. Maybe not if statement, let's see. With that information, we need to revisit from last one to handle various requests. We can modify get t to accept a function as a parameter. We can modify get t to accept a function as a parameter, like this, for example, as no, the function as a parameter. I see. Jate, but I don't think we're supposed to do anything to this yet. It says only change code below this line. Let's continue reading. So we can modify get t to accept a function as a parameter to be able to change the type of tea it prepares. This makes get t more flexible and gives the programmer more control when client requests change. Okay, I'm going to read that again. This makes t more flexible, the function called get t more flexible and gives the programmer more control when client requests change. So we can modify get t to accept a function as a parameter to be able to change the type of tea it prepares. Maybe with more projects in the future, if I learn and start working on more projects, I'll understand how to code better. Yeah, I think I'll need projects now. I get it. Yeah. My brain will not want me to remember all of this because I do not see the practical use. Maybe I don't, or my subconscious doesn't, so it will be hard for me to memorize this. It's not that it won't memorize it, but it will be hard. Oh, yeah. Good realization mid-life. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah. Okay, so this makes t more flexible and gives the programmer more control when client requests change. Yeah, but first let's cover some functional terminology. Callbacks are the functions that are slipped or passed into another function to decide the invocation of that function. Wait a second. Callbacks are the functions. Okay, callbacks are functions and are the functions that are slipped or passed into another function to decide the invocation of that function. Callback. So when we write get t, we are calling back prepare t. I think, yeah. So you may have seen them passed in other methods. For example, in filter, the callback function tells JavaScript the criteria for how to filter an array. Functions that can be assigned to a variable passed into another function or returned from another function. Functions that can be assigned to a variable. Functions that can be assigned to a variable, yeah, like filter for example, or slice or splice for example, passed into another function if that variable is passed in another function, or returned from another function. Returned from another function. Oh, just like any other normal value are called first class functions. Okay, so filter, splice are first class functions. Oh, it says in JavaScript all functions are first class functions. So apparently we can return any function or store it in a variable or pass it in another function. Pretty nice. The functions that take a function as an argument or return a function as a return value are called higher order functions. Take function as an argument. For example, prepare t, or return a function as a return value. I see. Wait a second. So first class, but अगर सिर्फ दो चीज़ें कर दे तो higher order. What do you mean? So if they cannot be passed into another functions, they are higher order functions. When functions are passed in to or returned from another function. Okay, एक function लेते हैं, are passed in, okay, or returned from another function, then those functions which were passed in or returned can be called a lambda. Yeah, heck if I remember this. Prepare 27 cups of green tea. We can see green tea 27 cups. इसके लिए लिखेंगे क्या, get tea, and that also show them in variables is get tea function has been modified, so now it takes a function as the first argument. You can see prepare tea is now teacup. Wait a second. It takes two arguments, prepare tea and number of cups. हम क्या लिखेंगे, green लिखेंगे, blue लिखेंगे? What argument do we pass? Okay. Let me read this again. When will this be called? Let's read you. We have a function called get t. We have a prepare t. So this is the first argument. Then we have number of cups, teacups, and whatever is, it will be printed here. Right now it's null because this is an empty array. For let cups equals 1, whatever, this is the same. Teacup equals prepare t. But we have two functions called prepare t, and none of them are prepare t because it's all case sensitive. So how will it call prepare t? And we write teacups dot push teacup, which means this. What? Oh yeah, this is teacups and this is teacup. Okay, they're different things. But then we call this function prepare t. But I know that JavaScript is case sensitive. So how will it magically know which one's green tea and which one's black tea? I do not understand. Are we supposed to change? But it says only change code below this line. I think we're supposed to write this function name as the argument. That should cover, yeah. Okay. So first we write get t, inside this we write the first argument, and then we write how many, 27 of them. We have green tea 27 times now. Yeah, we're supposed to do that. So when we pass this as the argument, prepare tea, so this becomes prepare green tea, right? Yeah, this argument becomes, yeah, and it calls prepare green tea, so I don't need to put the parenthesis here. I see, this is a variable, this is an argument, okay. And then 27 of course is used by you, 27 whatever, okay. The same way we want 13 cups of black tea, so I'll change a few things, the rest stay the same. We, instead of prepare green tea, now I write black tea. Oh sorry, yeah, this should be 30, thanks. 13, yeah, and we are 8% complete. Nice. Understand the hazards of using imperative code. Imperative, I think it's what I know from it, vital importance. Yeah, the first meaning of imperative is vital importance, crucial code, giving an authoritative command, preemptory. Okay, so using authoritative code. An essential or urgent thing, something of great importance. Yeah, with all the meanings, mostly it's as a noun, the first meaning of as an adjective is vital importance. The second meaning is authoritative command, preemptory, American preemptory. Okay, the bell peal again, an imperative. So I can think important or authoritative, because the noun meaning is also an essential or urgent thing, so they're quite similar, the first noun and the first adjective meaning. The second meaning is different, of course, it's an authoritative command. So let's see, functional programming is a good habit. So if you are good with functional programming, you generally have a good habit. I don't know, it keeps your code easy to manage. Okay, so it is a good habit if we use functional programming. It keeps your code easy to manage and saves you from sneaky bugs. Bugs as in errors or problems that you might face that might lead you to think, you know what, I am going to do it today. आज तो खत्म ही कर देंगे. You know, don't quote me on that. But before we get there, let's look at an imperative approach. So an important approach to programming to highlight where you may have issues. तो अगर ये practices follow करेंगे, whatever they say, imperative approach, then we'll probably avoid certain kinds of errors. FB, Gitter, Reddit, okay. In English and many other languages, the imperative tense is used to give commands. Similarly, an imperative style in programming is one that gives the computer a set of statements to perform a task. You must do this. Often the statements change the state of the program, like updating global variables. Okay. A classic example is writing a for loop that gives exact directions to iterate over the indices of an array. Yeah. In contrast, functional programming is a form of declarative. Oh yeah, but this is local. But how is it updating global variables? In contrast, functional programming is a form of declarative programming. So we declare. You tell the computer what you want done by calling a method or function. JavaScript offers many predefined methods that handle common tasks, so you don't need to write out how the computer should perform them. For example, instead of using the for loop I mentioned above, you could call the map method, which handles the details of iterating of an over an array. Yes, this helps to avoid semantic errors like off by one errors that were covered in the debugging session. Yeah, off by one. Consider the scenario: you are browsing the web in your browser and you want to track the tabs you have opened. Let's try to model this using some simple object oriented code. A window object is made up of tabs. Yeah, okay, I'll also play along with this. So this is what you call a window, something that just resizes itself. What I can move around is called a window. इसको window बोलते हैं. इसकी size मैं छोटी बड़ी कर सकता हूँ. Yeah, and I can make this full screen, right? Good. So that's a window. So where were we? Yeah. So this window can be called an object if we are going object oriented going through object oriented programming and object oriented code, and you want to track the tabs you have opened. So okay, so a window object, it is made up of tabs, so it has different tabs. एक अभी टैब क्या होता है, तो थोड़ा इसको फिर से zoom in zoom out करता हूँ, और मैं I mean most people will know what a tab is or what a window is, will understand, but for those who don't, I'll make it easier for you. So now we have a window. This, what I can move is the window, right? Yeah, can you guys see that? Yeah, you guys can see it. So what I can move is a window, and these are tabs. तुम लोग बहुत incognito तो use करते ही होंगे, but yeah, so this is called a tab. So this is another object. Whatever we see is inside a tab. You can see there's a change when we switch tabs. So this is what we call a tab. And tab is also an object. Okay, कहाँ गया? अरे यार फिर से scroll करना पड़ेगा. The titles of each open site in each window object is held in an array. Oh, अच्छा. After working in the browser, opening tabs, merging windows and closing tabs, you want to print the tabs that are still open. Closed tabs are removed from the array and new tabs get added to the end of it. Yeah, but that is so seamless. This is now added to the end of the array, but I can move this with object oriented programming, and I can simply make it a window easily too. That is so cool. That is so fast. Wow. Closed tabs are removed from the array and new tabs simply get added to the end of it. For simplicity, get added to the end of it. Yeah, it might be complicated than that, probably more. Yeah, the code editor shows an implementation of this functionality with functions for tab open, tab close and join. I don't think it's maybe here. Yeah, the code editor. Yeah, the code editor. This shows an implementation of this functionality with the functions tab open, tab close and join and the array tab. अच्छा, okay, एक एक करके जाएंगे. Is this an array? No, this is a function called tabs. It's not it's an object. It's not a function. This is an object. How do I know? Because I read this. This thing. Yeah, the text that says this. Okay. With functions tab open, tab close and join, the array tabs is the part of the window object that stores the name of the open pages. चलो एक एक करके पढ़ते हैं क्या है ये सब. पहले इसको समझते फिर हमें क्या करना है वो देखेंगे. So we have an object. Tabs is an array of titles. So this object is actually an array of titles. Interesting. Is an array of titles in each array. Array of I'll resize this so I can read it better. Okay, tabs. Okay, tabs is an array of titles of. हाँ तो ये किसी ने कभी कहीं पे enter किया होगा. अरे बाप रे. Yeah, you can see that. Each window. Okay, tabs is an array. So this object takes in this array. हाँ, तुम लोग अगर विंडो और टैब्स कॉल करेंगे तो सो विंडो और उसके अंदर हमने ये सब टैब्स को कॉल किया. ओके. ओके, व्हाट वुड इट डू? सो इट वुड स्टोर इट इन विंडो, या वो विंडो के अंदर स्टोर करेगा. व्हाट? नो, आई थिंक दिस इज अ कंस्ट्रक्टर देन. Yeah, this is a constructor. We keep record of the array inside the object. Interesting. But yeah, this is a constructor. Now when you join two windows into one window, we write window.prototype.join. Yeah, okay. Is this a constructor? I don't I mean, yeah. बाप रे, क्या बात है. Yeah, we have to deal with this anyway. So I don't know if this is a constructor or this is an object itself. I don't see anything. Okay, but yeah, when you join two windows into one window, window.prototype.join, so a property is added to this constructor or an object. Let's see if this is a constructor or an object. I don't see anything. There should be a tab. The tabs is inside, so this is not a constructor then. This is an object. Cool, this is the object now. Okay, this object called window now stores these as values. ठीक है, and this is a global value. This is not private. ठीक है. Back to this, we write window.prototype.join. तो जब हम दो windows को join करेंगे, so ये overwrite हो जाएगा because we are using this dot tabs equals this dot tabs dot concat. .prototype.join. Yeah, so we write this dot tabs will now become this dot tabs dot concat other window dot tabs. When you join two windows into one window, yeah, अभी अंदर window कुछ होगा which would be this. कहाँ पे सब ढूंढना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, एक एक करके जाएंगे. other window, so other this, yeah, prototype.join takes a function called other window and then runs this. Oh, is this mixin? No, this is not mixin. Wait, yeah, this is not a mixin. Oh, it's a method. Okay, so the first method is tabs, the second method is join. Okay, so these are all methods for the object window. Okay, so function other window, so yeah, जो भी दूसरा विंडो है ऐड करेंगे which would change the value of tabs, and now tabs becomes oh, it's concatenated to tabs, the other window dot tabs. Okay, बाप रे, आई थिंक हमें नहीं बताया उन्होंने. हाँ, उन्होंने हमें लिख के बताया लेट्स क्रिएट 3 ब्राउज़र विंडोज़, नाउ परफॉर्म द टैब ओपनिंग क्लोज. हाँ चलो, दैट्स गुड कमेंटिंग. ओके, नाउ आई गेट this. We'll probably get more of this when we go through all the. Okay, and what does this say? Return this itself, this method itself. So it's calling that function. When you call that function join, acha, wow, सही है. But you will not. Okay, when you open a new tab at the end, window.prototype tab open, it calls a function. Tab is, I can see right now, blue. So let's open a tab for now. This says this dot tabs dot push new tab. So it would say command set. It would say new tab at the end. Yeah, we have it, and we have new tab somewhere in the middle too. This is probably, by looking at new tab I can understand that this is a window, this is window 1 and this is window 2. Very good. Okay, when you close a tab, when you close a tab, what do? You use a method. A method is a function, and it takes in index and it does this much. So index लेगा, कौन सी टैब डिलीट करनी, कौन सी टैब क्लोज करनी है. We use the pointer to close the tab, but what if, this is getting so interesting, so much more interesting than I could ever think. Okay, when you close the tab window, okay, only change code below this line. हाँ मैंने लिख के ही दिया है, हाँ इसको एडिट करना है, सही है, हाँ okay, we'll get there. What does this say? So constant tabs before index, this dot tabs dot splice 0. So from we're splicing it, so from 0 till how many, कौन से हम हटाएंगे, तो भाई इंडेक्स में मेंशन किया गया है. Then this is tabs after index, this dot tabs dot splice what, index plus 1. तो दो चीज़ों को स्प्लाइस कर रहे हैं ऐसा, tabs before index, tabs after index. Okay, let's say I'm deleting the, let's take this, first tab. So I would write index 1, right? Yeah, so 0 and 1, so 0 से लेके 1 तक. This would splice the current tab. What do you हैं? Oh, but it says get the tabs before the tab. Tabs before the tab. Okay, tabs after index. What will this do? So this dot tabs, मतलब ये function which is this prototype tab close dot tabs dot splice. तो ये क्या splice करेगा? It will splice index plus 1. So index, if we are saying 1 plus 1, so splice the second value, which would be this, because they are 0 based indexes when we're thinking of working with text. And then after it's done with that, it does this dot tabs is now assigned, so tabs before index dot concat tabs after index. Oh, so it takes the one before and one after. Acha, oh, I get it. Let's say we have 4 tabs. I want to delete this, close this tab, the third tab, or the second, if we are thinking in 0 based indexes. If you're speaking in 0 based indexes, so if I want to do this, so I write the index value here, so I write 2 here, right? So it will splice these values, so from 0 and 2, so from 0 till 2. नहीं, क्योंकि 0 based index है, so it will take the okay, so it will take the first 2 values, splice them and put them in this tabs before index. ठीक है, हाँ हो गया. फिर क्या? Then we write हाँ ठीक है, फिर ये लेगा tabs after index. So it says splice what, index after 1. उसमें हम लोग ने quantity mention नहीं की है. 1 comma is for the quantity, how many, everything. So when we say when we don't put the second argument, it's everything, really everything. I see, very cool actually. And it says index plus 1. So इसके बाद वाली जितनी भी tabs होगी वो सब का नाम ले ले और वो इसमें रख दे, किसमें, this dot tabs में, as in this मतलब this dot tabs ये फाइनली. ओके, इसी फंक्शन के tabs में, और फिर रिटर्न कर this को, मतलब क्या, किसको, या इसको, tab close को. Interesting. Okay, then what does this do? So these are 3 functions. One is for tabs, one is for other window, when you join 2 windows. अच्छा, 2 windows को join करेंगे तब जब हम नया टैब बनाएंगे तो ये होगा, पुश करेगा अरे के एंड में, एक टैब को क्लोज करेंगे तो ये होगा. ओके, we're probably supposed to do some shit to this. I shouldn't have said shit. Something to this. Sorry about that. Let's create 3 browser windows. So this creates a window called work window, social window and video window. we call the function window itself. So when we call the function window itself, it calls tabs. So your mailbox, drive, and other work sites, they are these tabs. All these tabs are a part of a window now. Dekha, this takes an array. It takes an array and it puts them in a tab. Yeah, inside the object. So this object itself. I have no clue. Okay, फिर हम लोग अब तक तो समझ आ गया. Oh, we are instantiating it. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, if we are instantiating it, how did I know? Because of the new keyword. So this is a constructor class. This is also a part of the constructor class. All of them are constructor classes. Okay. So when we are instantiating, we have a window called work window. So work window has these properties. What it has, the number of tabs. It has an array of tabs open. Then it also has this window value, and if we put in a new tab, and then it will if we call that function, then it will also push a new tab to that list. Very good. And when you close the tab, this happens. Yeah, the array is rearranged. I get it. We have 3 instances of the window. First instance is name work window, the second is social window, and the third is video window. Very good. Now perform the tab opening, closing, and other operations. So what does this do? Final tabs, social window. So final tabs is assigned social window. Then it performs these 3 functions. Tab open, tab को open करेगा. Pretty simple, pretty clear. Oh yeah. Oh, I get it. Very good. Nice. Actually very nice. So social video में एक tab को open करेगा. At the end of this tab कहाँ है? हाँ okay. And final tab के अंदर ये तीनों tab को merge कर दिया है. Very cool. This is so good. Okay, I think I understand this, but let's read this anyway. Social window dot. So first it will do tab open. एक tab को open करेगा. फिर वो join करेगा किसको? Social video को join करेगा. Social window को में join करेगा video window को. Where is video window? This is video window. And क्या join करेगा? तो फिर टैब क्लोज. तो भाई जो सेकेंड इंडेक्स में है, मतलब व्हाट यू थिंक, वीडियो विंडो की टैब क्लोज. सो वी हैव वीडियो विंडो में सेकेंड टैब. सो इट विल क्लोज Vimeo एंड देन इट विल ऐड Netflix, YouTube एंड Vine टू फाइनल टैब्स एंड सोशल विंडो. सो सोशल विंडो में तो कुछ क्लोज वोज किया है नहीं. प्लस if you keep your eyes here, you can see a new tab. So if you see FB, Glitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, and then we open a new tab, so we can see a new tab after Medium. After that we join a closed tab with this. So Netflix, YouTube and Vine. So you'll only see Netflix, YouTube, or not even Vine. अच्छा, तो उसने 2 tabs को close करता है. अच्छा, index 2 and 2. I don't believe it. Wait a second. No. Video window tab close 2. It wouldn't know. Index use कर रहा है. It wouldn't know. Where is Vine? Netflix, YouTube. देखते हैं. Okay. Third tab in video window and join. See, this says close third tab in video window and join. What happened to Vine? Is my question. होगा कुछ गलती हुई होगी, इसकी वजह से देखते हैं. ओके, वो गलती को शायद फिक्स करनी होगी. लेट्स फाइंड आउट. सो ओके, आफ्टर दैट हैज़ बीन जॉइंड, सो Netflix and YouTube has been joined. You join what? You join the work window. What does that do? वर्क विंडो में क्या करेंगे? तो भाई टैब क्लोज, इंडेक्स 1. सो इट विल रिमूव इनबॉक्स. सो जीमेल के बाद इनबॉक्स, इसमें उसने वर्क मेल को भी रिमूव कर दिया है अपेरेंटली. वी प्रोबेबली हैव टू फिक्स दैट. हाँ, टैब क्लोज 1 एंड टैब ओपन 0. हाँ, तो सिर्फ एक सिंपल टैब को उसने ऐड कर दिया एंड में, एंड ऑफ द अरे. नाउ वी कैन सी आफ्टर Gmail how many 1 2 3 4 and 5 we have 5 values, right? अरे बाप रे, ये कुछ इनहेरिट करवाने वाले लगते हैं मुझे. So we have 5 values but I can only see 3. I mean yeah, new tab, yeah. So 2 गायब हो गए. कौन से इनबॉक्स एंड वर्कमेल गायब हो गए, बट वी ओनली आस्क्ड इट टू क्लोज 1 as in inbox. Why can't we see workmail is the question, should be the question. Okay, now examine the code in the editor. We examined the code. It took us a good amount of time. It's using a method that has side effects in the program, yeah, causing incorrect behavior. The final list of open tabs stored in final tabs dot tabs should be fb, देख लेते ना, fb, glitter, reddit, twitter, medium, new tab, Netflix, YouTube, Wine. Yeah, see, yeah, exactly. Wine, Gmail, Docs. So Wine, Gmail, हाँ, Workmail भी होना चाहिए. Yes. Workmail, Docs, freeCodeCamp, new CodeCamp. But the list produced by the code is slightly different. Change window prototype tab close. We know now that we are only supposed to change anything or add anything, but only so that it removes the correct tab. अभी क्या बोल रहे हैं? Oh, we can't use that. Actually, no. What happened when I did this? Let's see. It says FB, Gitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab, Netflix, YouTube. Oh, YouTube also disappeared. So maybe +1, Netflix, YouTube, video, Vimeo, sorry, not Vimeo actually. Oh yeah, no then. सोचते change window dot prototype dot tab dot close function so that it removes the correct tab. Let's figure this out then. Let's say we have 0 and index. So this would take from the 0 till, no, this would take wait, splice को रिविजिट करते हैं. अरे यार, splice JavaScript please, thank you. It takes what, index how many, right? So in index, but this takes index. Interesting. But for index, for this we've set it to 0. How many? तो अगर मुझे second, let's say 0, 1 and 2, if I want to remove this, I think that should do it. No, that didn't do anything. Did that change anything? Now I can't see Vimeo yet. What does this say? FB, Gitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab, Netflix, YouTube, Wine. Wine is not visible yet. Then Gmail, Workmail, Docs, freeCodeCamp, and new tab. Why is Wine not yet here? I mean, yeah, exactly. Let's do Control Z for now. Okay, सोचते हैं वापस. So 0 से लेके index. Now we know for this case when we tab close, the index is 2. So for this window, index for 2 is कौन सा है ये वीडियो विंडो, राइट? Netflix YouTube and video, this is the index. So when you're closing the tab, Vimeo should be removed. So the moment it's removed, कहाँ गया ये रहा. The moment it's removed, it has been spliced to tabs before index. No. वो array में इतना इसके अंदर स्टोर हो गया. Array itself is not affected. How do I know? It says method overrides the original array. Interesting. Okay. So then पहले ये splice कर दिया. So इतना मैंने हटा दिया. Let's say I've closed this, right? Okay, fine. Whatever. We have spoken essays on. So 0 to index, it will splice that from the array. So FB, Gitter, Reddit for example, Twitter, media, नहीं Netflix, YouTube ले लेते हैं. So उसने ये splice कर दिया, which it was very good at, very good. But then the moment it was spliced, this tells me that splice method overrides the original array, right? So उसने अभी उसकी index value change हो जानी चाहिए, because it already has been overwritten, right? जो हमारा tab है this, अभी ये दोनों splice हो चुके हैं, so it only has two elements in it now. So we can't splice index plus 1, really? Why? Because there isn't anything there, unless they're done together and then concatenated. I want to see what this returns. Return tabs after index, please. ये तो देख के यहाँ पे देख के पता चल ही जाएगा ना. But what does this specifically print? So कैसे रिकॉल करेंगे? window.prototype.tab.close. एक तो ये वेरिएबल को मैं प्रिंट कैसे करूँगा? Can I, let's see, console.log, we write tab after index, and let's hide you, let's comment you for now. चलो निकलो. So it prints these two things. Okay, tabs after index. इसको उठा के यहाँ पे रख देते हैं ना. Okay, good. Okay, so it prints this when we say tabs after index. Tabs after index stores this. ये क्या है? First, अच्छा docs and freeCodeCamp. हमें क्या रिमूव करना है? इसको पढ़ते हैं वापस. It says for work window tab remove inbox. Why does that store? हाँ, तो उसने वर्क मेल को भी चोरी कर लिया ना. हाँ. Because of +1. Now what does this do? It says work mail, docs and freeCodeCamp. Why does it not work for tab close 2 then? This is still returns empty for video window. Vimeo के बाद में Vine नहीं दिखता. क्यों नहीं? What is the matter? What does this take? So it takes the index and then how many. If we don't mention how many, it will take whatever after the index. Sorry about that. That It hurts the jaw so much. Back to this. So I kind of figured it out, but then why does it not work for you? वीडियो विंडो के अंदर जो विमियोज़ है वो एक टैब लिस्ट में स्टोर हो जाएंगे. देन यू स्टोर नेटफ्लिक्स एंड यूट्यूब इन वन, and you store Vimeo and Vine in one, right? Let's see. Now instead of after, let me write before. It says Netflix, YouTube and Gmail, inbox and work mail. ठीक है. So this one works nicely. Whatever we have to do is with tabs after index, I think. I can't say nicely really. Do you even? I don't think it even removes anything. But then why do we not see Vimeo and Vine? Have to do something about it. Splice index. So अभी index की value क्या है? Let's check again. दिस इज़ वर्क मेल. हाँ, इसने इनबॉक्स को रिमूव कर दिया बट विमियो को रिमूव नहीं कर पाया. Can't write if statements. I think whatever we have to do, we have to change that index thing. So it says Netflix and YouTube. What is this? This thing's index is 2, right? Yeah, it says 2. So इसकी second index को हटा दिया. Very good. Then why can't we see Vine? Or can we? No, we cannot see Vine. Okay. It should only take Vimeo and not Vine. Okay, let's go back here. ये क्या करता है? So it will splice index. Now the index value is 2, but the moment we splice it, this gets removed. We only have Vimeo and Vine, but it doesn't affect this array, does it? Because we say 1, so tab close 1. The moment we take this, we splice this. We splice this away to another variable that before tab, and we splice everything after the index. But the moment we splice u, now this becomes 0 and the rest is in here, right? But it doesn't happen with you. Your index value now becomes 0. And we want to add everything after your index value. ये कैसे उठाएंगे? I have no clue. Let's read you again. Maybe if I read you, मुझे समझ आएगा. अब इसको मैं प्रिंट करता हूँ तो मुझे दिखता है कि वो वर्क मेल के लिए काम करता है क्योंकि इंडेक्स वैल्यू हमने 1 यूज़ की है. But the moment we have an array that doesn't do that. If we were to use slice stores it in a variable, it doesn't overwrite data, then we would be safe. But slice needs a beginning and an end. So ये क्या करेगा? 0 से लेके इंडेक्स तक. सो बिगिनिंग एंड एंड के पहले का उठा लेगा और फिर ये क्या करेगा? ओके, आई एम थिंकिंग. Let's see what it prints and understand afterwards. Before, and instead of this I write splice, instead of that we write slice. Okay, so no change. Very good. Now let's look at tabs after index. Now it says Vimeo and Vine. Good, good. Slowly, slowly. Now, after, what if we write index plus 1 now? This is wine, work mail, docs, and freeCodeCamp. Done. But this is slice and this is splice, so this will actually affect the array. But if you think about this in an overall situation, it will get overwritten with this statement. So that's why no, I don't have any problem changing this, because tabs will eventually get written after 2 lines, literally 2 lines. I can remove this, yeah. हाँ, क्योंकि कोड काम कर रहा है ना, तो उसको कोई तकलीफ नहीं है. या FB getter, या. So literally we had to remove one letter, and it worked. Oh, we have 2 viewers. Thank you for joining, all the 2 viewers. Thank you for your support. I appreciate what you guys do here. Thank you for the views. Hopefully we'll soon be able to spend more time and spend more hours learning. Okay, I'll close these tabs. But now I'm obsessed. This is slice and this is splice. What would it do if we were to write slice here? It would need a beginning and a end, wouldn't it? No? Jabardast. Yeah, then we can use slice. Cool. Nice. You can see FB, Gitter, Reddit, Twitter, Medium, new tab. Then Netflix, YouTube, Vine, Gmail, work mail, docs, freeCodeCamp, and new tab. Nice. We are out of sight indeed. Granted, I did spend 45 minutes behind this, but I understood each and everything of that code, and I also played with it, so I like that. Now we have to avoid mutation. To avoid mutation, we usually use slice method. If you haven't already figured it out, the issue in the previous challenge was with the splice call. Yeah. Unfortunately, splice changes the original array it is called on, so the second call to it is used a modified array and gave unexpected results. Yes, exactly. I figured it out. I feel so proud. This is a small example of a much larger pattern. You call a function on a variable, array, or an object, and the function changes the variable or something in the object. One of the core principles of functional programming is to not change things. Okay? Changes lead to bugs. It's easier to prevent bugs knowing that your functions don't change anything, including the function arguments or any global variable. Yeah, I think global variable में बहुत तकलीफ होती होगी, because this is a global variable. इसके साथ ही कुछ होगा अभी लिखा है ना, avoid mutations and side effects. Okay, the previous example didn't have any complicated operations, but the splice method changed the original array and resulted in a bug. Yes, it did. Recall that in functional programming, changing or altering things like changing or altering things is called a mutation, and the outcome is called a side effect. In functional programming, changing or altering things is called a mutation. Acha. Yeah, so we mutated the splice to splice mutated the array, which we don't want, which is a side effect. A function ideally should be a pure function, meaning that it does not cause any side effects. Let's try to master this discipline and not alter any variable or object in our code. Okay. Before I read this, let's understand U. We have a global variable called fixed value, and you have that has a value 4. Now we have an incrementer that does not take any arguments. It probably calls itself whenever if we call it, it will just go wild. Okay, fill in the code for the function incrementer so it returns the value of the global variable fixed value increased by 1. Oh, return fixed value so I'm writing code in a way that it does not cause anything or doesn't change anything, doesn't alter the global variable called fixed value. I hope that does not get destroyed, hopefully. Okay, so return fixed value. अरे यार हाँ वो भी करते हैं console. Oh yeah, incrementer. Increased by 1. Ki hovi. There's some garba going on in the background. Ki hovi. We have 5. Nice. I think we are done. Yeah. बस इतना ही करना था. This way, if I ask it to print fixed value, it will actually be 4 itself, because we are not changing the global variable here. We are not reassigning it a value. We are just simply returning this variable plus 1. Pretty cool. I could also, instead of plus 1, write plus plus. And if I write increment, CREMENTER, then oh, okay, so that's not possible. Cool. We can go to the next step. 17% done. I think 20% खत्म करके आज का दिन end कर देंगे hopefully. Or maybe, yeah, let's see. It really depends. But yeah. Keep saying yeah, okay. Pass arguments to avoid external dependence in a function. Yeah, so what I did was, dependence. The last challenge was a step closer to functional programming principles, but there is still something missing. We didn't alter the global variable value, but the function incrementer would not work without the global variable fixed value being there. Yes. Another principle of the functional programming is to always declare your dependencies explicitly. This means if a function depends on a variable or object being present, then pass that variable or object directly into the function as an argument. Oh. Okay. क्यों फिर से पढ़ते हैं. Another principle of functional programming is to always declare your dependencies explicitly. This means if a function depends on a variable or object being present, then pass that variable or object directly into the function as an argument. There are several good consequences from this principle. The function is easier to test. You know exactly what input it takes, and it won't depend on anything else in your program. Excuse me. Must be cold, a little bit cold today. This means if a function depends on a variable, so this function does depend on a variable or object being present. So not a variable but an object, for example, then pass that variable on object. There are several good consequences from this principle. The function is easier to test. Okay, you know exactly what input it takes. Yes, it does. It won't depend on anything else in your program. But it would still, maybe with complicated code this must be better. This way of writing code must be better. This can give you more confidence when you alter, remove or add a new code. You would know what you can or cannot change, and you can see where the potential traps are. Okay, I'm going to trust that. Finally, the function would always produce the same output for the same set of inputs, no matter what part of the code executes it. Finally, the function would always produce the same output for the same set of inputs, no matter what part of the code executes it. Pretty much. Let's update the incrementer function to clearly declare its dependencies. Write the incrementer function so it takes an argument and returns a result after increasing the value by 1. A. मजाक कर रहा हूँ मैं. If you're letting a, then no. A is the fixed value, right? So we're passing the argument. Return a plus 1. Done. So basically हमने क्या किया? If we pass a variable to this, then it will return 5. Instead, कुछ भी इनपुट करोगे, कोई भी वेरिएबल, कुछ भी फंक्शन, कुछ भी नंबर इनपुट करोगे तो वो दैट +1 कर देगा. Pretty actually nice. 21% complete already. Wow. Okay, let's go a few more minutes. Maybe one more of this. Refactor global variables out of functions. Okay. So far we have seen two distinct principles for functional programming. There is some good music. So we're going to refactor now. This does not look like a complicated piece of code. Okay. So far we have seen two distinct principles of functional programming. Don't alter a variable or object. Create new variables and objects and return them if need be from function. Yeah, I did that in the last step. Int using something like constant new array equals array variable, where array variable is an array will simply create a reference to the existing variable and not a copy. Oh, because it's constant. Oh, come on. That is cool. Where array variable is an array will simply create a reference to the existing variable, not a copy. So changing a value in new array would change the value in array variable. हाँ, तो हम लोग basically हमें ये नहीं करना चाहिए. That's what they're saying. I'm sorry about the music. Yeah, someone's having a blast tonight, whatever. Declare function parameters. Any computation inside a function depends only on the arguments passed on the function and not on any global object or variable. Yes, we also figured that out in the last step. Adding 1 to a number is not very exciting, but we can apply these principles when working with arrays or more complex objects. Yeah, अभी हाँ, हमने जब भी 1 to a नंबर हमें शायद ज़्यादा एक्साइटिंग ना लगा हो, तो इसलिए उन्होंने हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा लंबा खासा कोड लिख के रख दिया है हमारे लिए. क्या बोल रहे हैं? चलो, रीड आउट द कोड्स ऑफ द ग्लोबल स्टोरी. अभी चेंज कोड अबव दिस लाइन, उन्होंने बोल दिया बिलो दिस लाइन. हाँ, मतलब इसको बदलना है और इसको बदलना है, दो को एक साथ बदलेंगे ये. सो बिलो दिस लाइन अबव दिस लाइन, अगेन बिलो दिस लाइन अबव दिस लाइन. हाँ, इन दोनों को एडिट करना है. दिस लिस्ट इज़ नॉट टू बी मेडल विथ. अरे बाप रे, ये क्या कर दिया मैंने? ओ बाप रे, सो मच कोड. दिस इज़ एन अरे कॉल्ड बुक लिस्ट. वेरी गुड. विच इज़ most probably not to be played with. Okay. Read the code so the global array book list is not changed inside either function. The add function should add the given book name to the end of the array. Wait, the add function. क्या है add function भाई? कहाँ है? जी हाँ, मैं हूँ खलनायक. नायक नहीं, खलनायक हूँ मैं. It's okay. Focus. क्या बोल रहा है? The add function should add the given book name. तो हम लोग book name कोई function call है नहीं है, ठीक है. So if we put a name, it will push the book name to the book list and return book list itself. Okay. If we call this function, you can see the function is called add. It's not anonymous and it takes an argument called book name. Okay. Rewrite the code so the global array book list is not changed inside either function. Basically इसको कुछ नहीं करना है, जो भी रिटर्न करेंगे वो नए वेरिएबल में, नए अरे में करेंगे. I see. Yeah, I know what to do. Let arr1 be ... book list. डन हो गया हमारा काम. हाँ, बट पढ़ लेते हैं. I mean, I know what I'm doing, but पढ़ लेते हैं. The add function should add the given book name. Add function should to the end of the array passed to it. हाँ, कोई भी array passed to it and return a new array list. Yeah. The remove function should remove the given book name from the array passed to it. Wait, the remove function should remove the given book name from the array passed to it. Wait. यहाँ पे कुछ करने वाले हम लोग. Basically, we're not going to use book list. We're going to use something else. In this case, if we add a name, a book, for example, let's say I add a book called, I'm going to plug this book now. दिख रहा है? Yeah, this book, guys. Yeah, the secret sharer. If I add the secret sharer, that will be stored in a new array, right? Yeah, thank you. But if I remove book name, then the secret sharer will never exist in the global variable. So I don't understand why we are using this. But yeah, this is pretty easy to do. ये कर दिया काम. अभी सबका नाम बना देंगे array1 arr1 arr1 हो गया काम. The same way we can write let arr2 equals क्या है वापस बुक लिस्ट. ये लो, this becomes arr2 return arr2 done. काम खत्म. I think if we add should not change and still equal the hound of Baskervilles. देखते हैं ना क्या क्या गलत हुआ. हाँ, exactly what happened is this is exactly what I was worried about. So what happens? We'll have to call this function to find out. यहाँ पे भी कुछ लिखना है क्या? कुछ तो लिखना है यहाँ पे. Maybe not. Maybe I don't know. Okay. So it returns wrong for all of them except for you. We probably, because we figured out how to not touch you. Okay, very good. But now it says add book list a brief history of time should return this and a brief history of time. So this function doesn't work correctly like it should. Let's see. So instead of return, we will ask it to console.log it. क्या बोल रहा है? अरे बाप रे. Because we haven't called that function, have we? What do we write? Add. Okay. हाँ, इसको ही उठाते हैं ना. चलो. Excuse me. Should return the hound of Baskervilles on the electrodynamics. So the hound of Baskervilles on the electrodynamics of moving bodies, philosophiae, naturalist principia mathematica, disquisitions arithmetica K, and then hound of Baskervilles. Wait a minute. Where is a brief history of time? क्या मजाक कर रहा है? Didn't I add a brief history of time? I did. Oh, okay. This takes two arguments, doesn't it? Add book list. Allah. कुछ ये सब नहीं करने की ज़रूरत थी क्या यार? Wait a second. Just a second. We should have simply written. Yeah. Add list and book name. Finally. this won't even be used then. Not list, list. Very good. Kyala. Yeah, this is good. Instead of you, I make you list. I write list comma space book name. Done. अभी देखते हैं, चलो हटाओ. Oh, this shouldn't say console.log. This should say return. Cool. Done. 25% complete. बाप रे 5 घंटे कर दिए. बाप रे. 25% complete. I think I'm going to take a break for tonight now. We'll figure this out. I am extremely pumped to do this, but maybe tomorrow, guys, when I come back, I will work on this functional programming again. Functional programming has proven to be more exciting than object-oriented programming, I must confess. Very cool, actually, cooler than object-oriented programming. I didn't know that I would like functional programming this much. Maybe because it's proving easier to understand than object-oriented programming, or I don't know. But yeah, this is very cool. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you for your time. And have a good day. So I'll for my last words I'll say ciao, jai shri krishna, bye bye, kem cho, majama, pachi madiye, kale વાત કરીએ, સુઈ જાઓ, good night, and yeah, ciao, thank you.